Hello, everyone. I hope you are having a good Sunday, or whatever day it may be. Let's see, I've hit the Sudoku Pad button. I have this gorgeous new little magic thing that has just a bunch of buttons so that I don't have to actually look at OBS at all. I just hit the buttons and then things happen. It's very exciting. Somehow something was there. Alrighty, but let's see, what do I have to tell you before we dive into this Ambrose puzzle? I think the most exciting thing is I have set, I believe the first, this puzzle has a built-in bet tree. Excellent. I believe I have set my first purely non-Sudoku puzzle. I guess it's not, maybe not quite. I guess I set the ones for the Secret Santa, but anyway, I set the first non-Sudoku puzzle that I'm going to be uploading to LMD. So you can look forward to probably later this afternoon. I'm going to publish a Philomeno variant, we will say, and it will be, well, I had a lot of fun with it. It accomplished my goals of what I wanted out of a Philomeno variant. So many of you in chat have already tested the puzzle, so thank you to all of you. And you can look forward to that. You will have to look in the non-Sudoku section on LMD in order to see it. So if you're used to only looking at the Sudoku stuff, you will not be able to see it. I will, of course, post a link on the Discord when it officially goes live on LMD. What I attempted to do was I attempted to sort of kind of capture some of the cool interactions that you get with Sudoku by having a Sudoku-esque rule. But we will see. I mean, I suspect MicroStudy that there's more non-Sudoku testers because non-Sudoku puzzles are faster to test than Sudoku puzzles. That is my prediction. And so someone who is a non-Sudoku tester can probably test 5 puzzles in the time that someone who's a Sudoku tester can test them. There's also this whole like community business around non-Sudoku. Hello, Ace of Spades, Andrew, Daniel, Sayori. MicroStudy, Nebu. I know Nebu is wading into the joys of loading stuff on LMD, which I know is always its own adventure. But good luck with that, Nebu. Yeah, I did make Tristan test this one because I was afraid that I would have made a mistake somewhere in either the logic or in violating one of the rules, because there's no sort of like automated rules checker for random nonsense that Zeta came up with. So Tristan can't do it on stream, but I will probably submit it so that Ranks will do it on stream at the very least, at some later point. I think Ranks will accept a Zeta Philomeno. Alrighty. Oh no, Dansor started it and then made an error and then didn't notice until the end. That's very unfortunate when that happens. Ooh, already put up your first puzzle. Okay, excellent, Nebu. Which puzzle was yours from the 5 list challenge? I have a feeling that I liked it, but it was a long time ago. I remember seeing one of your puzzles that I really, really liked on Rank's stream, but I have missed out on this. Oh, it's Super Bowl Sunday today, apparently. Well, happy Super Bowl Sunday to those of you who celebrate. May you enjoy all of the ads and other such things. But with that intro adventure out of the way, let's have a look at Ambrose's puzzle. So let us... was your least favorite puzzle you've set? Well, back when I was setting at the beginning, I used to only publish puzzles I really liked out of my things on LMD. So, I would like publish maybe 1 in 3 puzzles I would set to LMD, and I'd publish all of them in the Discord puzzle archive. Now, usually, if I am not happy enough to put it on LMD, now I just usually don't publish it anywhere. I have not in a bit, aside from, like, there's still these 2 sort of puzzle collections that I have that I'm not sure if I should publish on LMD, because I've got both the collection of twin loop puzzles and the collection of 6x6s that I'm not sure if are appropriate for LMD, because LMD apparently thinks you're not supposed to post packs of things, but then people do post packs of things anyway. I certainly don't want to, I what were the words? I certainly don't want to publish the nonsense pack as 15 6x6s, which seems infinitely more annoying than publishing it as one pack of 6x6s, but I have no idea. So basically, those haven't been published on LMD because I don't know what LMD wants. Someday I will figure it out. Alrighty. So, let us have a look here at Ambrose's puzzle, which has a built-in bet tree. So you can place a bet on what digit will be filled in the bet tree, but you do not get to know in advance where that bet tree will be. So good luck with that. It seems impossible to me that we're going to be able to get a digit out of what's here, but let's try and figure it out. So what's interesting here in this box, so remember, these are arrows, so the digit in the circle is going to be the sum of all of these things, and the digit in the circle is going to be the sum of these, plus whatever else is on it. The interesting thing is that these digits already sum to at least 15, but it's actually better than that. And the reason why it's better than that is because I also need a low digit on this dot. So the reason why we need a low digit on this dot is because you can't make a ratio of 2 to 1 in order to do this. Yes. Okay, sorry. It is important, Ambrose notes, that I was already assuming that arrows did not have pills. That would have been a nasty surprise. But they don't branch either. So that is yes. We will hope for no more pill arrows in the stream's future. So that means at the very least, I need to have a 4 on this, which means the actual minimum of these is 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Oops, and my number pad is not on, so when I dramatically press buttons, nothing happens. Now it is on, so now something should happen. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And conveniently, this is also the maximum that any of these things can sum to, which is 17. And so what that's going to tell me is that for sure, I actually have the arrow circles here and here because these things already sum to 17. And so therefore, the only thing this can be is 4, 8. And the only thing, there we go. Okay, I get it now. Okay, I see how this is possibly going to work. I was very confused, but now I get it. Okay, and so now these cells are 7, 9, and these are an 8, 9 pair. But the point is, I know what the order of this 8, 9 pair is because of this 7, 9 pair. I could not in my brain imagine how this was going to work out, but now I see it. Now the 7, 9 pair tells me that in fact, this is an 8. And we get to bring out Zach for the 8 dance, provided that it doesn't tell me I'm wrong. Woohoo! We got it right. Woohoo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, 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 baha! Thank you, Zach. Hopefully Zach will get to dance more today than he did last stream, where there was a somewhat less Zach dancing than normal. So there's a 4 and an 8 and a 9. And now the 6 certainly is not on the 8 arrow. So the 6, therefore, is with the 3 on the 9 arrow. So 1, 2, 5. I guess there's a couple different ways you could have figured that out. The other is that, the 8 needs to be 1, 3, or the 8 can't be 1, 3, 4, so it needs to be 1, 2, 5 because it's 4 in the box, whatever. Could think about whether it's possible to have 2 9 arrows. Oh, right. Yeah, I guess there is there is some chance that maybe like these actually can sum to right, but yeah, Ambrose is pointing out, like, what if these were 2 9 arrows? Is a possibility you then have to think about. Like, this could have been a 9 if this was a 9 down here, but then you have to still figure out what to do with the black dot. Interesting. Okay. So this arrow is going to have a pretty large total. It's going to be, I guess it's only got to be at least 6, so maybe it's not so exciting. let's see. Oh, right. Okay, Garion has the point, which is that one of these is not a circle. These can't both be circles. And so, therefore, one of them is actually on it. And so one of these is a 1, 2, 3 at minimum, and the other is a 1, 2 at minimum. And so one of these two digits is actually a circle with a 9, and it's not the one that's in the row with a 9. So that's the 9. And so, therefore, these are a 1, 2, and these are a 1, 2, 3. And that's the 3 out of those. That is very cool. So now... Oh yeah, we've got now an interesting thing where if this is not a circle, then this arrow is summing to 9 because it'll be 4 or 5 at minimum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. Oh, this arrow also needs to be pretty big because these can't be 1 or 2 either. So these are at least 3, 4. Meaning that this can only be 7 or 8. Let's see. Oh, I've got a 1, 2 pair hiding over here just by Sudoku, because my 1, 2 sort of point over into this box over here. Oh, good point. Okay, Nell has a good point. In this row, I actually know what these digits are. These digits are a 5 and a something else. A 5 in the other one. A 5 and a 6. And so the fact that in this row these are a 5 and a 6 actually tells me now these can't both be arrow cells. Because if these were both arrow cells, what would happen is that they would sum now to a minimum of 4 and 7, which is not a single-digit number. And so therefore this is the circle underneath the fog for this arrow. And so, therefore, either this is a 9 or that's a 9. Those are the only two places for a 9 in the world. Let's see. And this here, if this is not a 4, it's at least a 7. Right? Because if this is... If this is not a 4, then this would have to be a 7, and then this would end up being 8 or 9. But this certainly could be 4, I think, based on what I know. Let's see. So, hey, Directionary, hope you're doing well. But 7, I think, is still possible. Maybe I should spell out more carefully what's happening here, because I know these are both on this arrow. I don't think I can quite do better than that down here yet. Let's see, what does Garion say? Row 7, column 8 has to be a 3. Or you break the arrow. Right. If neither of these is 3, that's Garion's point. If neither of these is a 3, then the minimum sum of these is 4 and 5, which is already too big. So that one can't be 3, so therefore that one's 3. Okay, that's smart. Okay, and now I don't have to worry about the possibility that this is 7 anymore, because it's on a black dot. And so this is 2 or 8, but it's not 2, because there's a 2 in the row, so that's an 8. Okay, and so now that's a 7, and that's a 4. And now, if I look at this, this is a minimum of 7. So this can only be 7 or 8, with this being 1 or 2. But this, therefore, is unconditionally a 9, because it can't be an 8 anymore. Very nice, very smooth setting there to Ambrose. So this is a 7 or 8, except, spoiler, Sven has noticed that it is not a 7. So therefore this is an 8, and that's a 7. And now I can solve the algebra equation, although I feel like what I would do 9 times out of 10 is wait for Garion to say that I can do math on row 4, column 9. which is usually their very polite way of telling me, look at the arrow, you idiot. But I can, in fact, now solve the thing there. There we go. So we've got that there. Interesting. Okay, so now we've got another of these arrows that's at risk of ending up being very large. Let's see. Oh, 9 is not quite placed down here, but it's in one of those two cells. 8 is in one of those two cells up there. Let's see. 2 is in one of these two cells down here. Ooh, Playmaker is outside. Nice. Ambrose may be living up to their promise to make this puzzle faster than the previous one. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So if this is not a 1, how big is this going to be? This is going to then be at least a 5. And then this is at least 2 more cells. So these add to at least that. So these, yeah, still slightly, oh, these can't be a 1-2 pair. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so, I don't know if this is at all relevant, but it's cute, so I'm going to notice it anyway. I was originally thinking the minimum sum of these two cells was 3, but actually that would make a 1-2 Jovi wing, which would make both of these digits 5. So actually the minimum of these two is not, in fact, 3. The minimum of these two is at least 4. And so if this is at least 4, then it now means that the only way that this gets away with not being 1 is if these are exactly 1, 3, and 5, making 9. Which chat seems to feel is relevant. And I mean, would never besmirch chat. Oh, okay, so, sorry, I now see it. Okay, so the point is, the 4 up here, okay, so chat has gotten me there. The 4 goes with these. Well, this arrow certainly does not sum to 4, given that we've just argued the sum of these two is at least 4. And so therefore that's an 8 and that's a 4. And now, by our previous argument, this has to be a 1, because if it's not, it makes the arrow too big. And so therefore these 2 or these 3 or these 8 or whatever end up summing to that. So we get to make the same argument here on this black dot. Which is that this black dot, if it were of the 1, 2, 4, 8 flavor, it would be 1, 2, and it can't be 1, 2 for exactly the reason we just argued. In addition, it would also break the arrow horribly, but this can't be 1, 2, so this is automatically 3, 6. Automatically 3, 6. Maybe it wouldn't break the arrow horribly, but I still contend it has to be 3, 6. So I do really like reusing the 1, 2 trick. So these, okay, so is it still possible that this is a 3-cell 7 arrow, where this could be 1, 2, 4? I don't think I know that this isn't 1, 2, 4. So what are the possibilities here? If this is a 2-cell sum, it's definitely 2, 5. And if it's a 3-cell sum, it's 1, 2, 4. So I think that means these are from 1, 2, 4, 5. This isn't 2 or 4, that's not a 1. So that gives me a 1, 2, 5 triple just by noting that there's only 2 ways to make this 7 sum. One is a 3-cell and one is a 2-cell, but the 2-cell one has to be 2, 5. So that buys me a free 1, 2, 5 triple in the column, which lets me mark these cells, and then get rid of 1, 2, and 5 out of them. Someone in chat is saying it's an 8 sum, but I was mentally doing the math that 8 minus 1 is 7, is what I was doing there. And so that 3, 6 pair gives us, as people say, a naked 7 there. Okay, and so now it's not a 1, 2, 4 arrow, because now the arrow is done. So now it's a 5, 2 arrow, which has to go in that order. Yes, which has to go in the order that, there. Like that. So that's a 1 and a 2, and that's a 1 and a 5 and a 2. And so we can certainly mark these cells. And we will note that there's a 3-6 pair, so they're not 3 or 6. This one on the tip of an arrow is only a 4. This one in the bulb of an arrow is not a 1. So these aren't 4. This is 8 or 9. It's not 8, because that would require this to be a second 4. So that's a 9 and a 5 and an 8 and a 1 and a 7 and a 9. This is very nicely done to Ambrose. This row can be marked to no avail. Oh, actually, no, it is not to no avail, because this cell can't be a 9, and so that gets me a 3-6 pair and places the 9 in the row right there. So this digit can't be a 3-6, because then they would add to 9. So where's the other 3-6 in the row? They're both there, I already know that, but it was an exciting thing to think. Let's have a look at this row. Sure is. Okay, so this certainly is not a 3. For sure. Let's see. 6 and 1 seems plausible. 3 and 1 seems plausible. Actually, this is a 1 in... Is this a 1 in every possibility? I don't think this cell can be anything but 1. If this cell is not a 1, what combination here adds up to one of these numbers? So first of all, 6 is just not possible. So let's notice that first. And if this is a 4, the only possibility is 4, 3, 1. And if it's a 7, the only possibility is 7, 6, 1, because 7, 3, 4 doesn't work because there's a 4 in the row. So this is unconditionally a 1. I don't know if that was intended or not. Probably not, but we're going to take it anyway. So this is a naked 5. This isn't a 5 or a 6 or a 3, so that's a 7 now. So that's not a 7. That's a 3-6 pair, which makes that a 9, which makes that a 9. These aren't 7, and they're not 3 or 6 either. These are a 2-8 pair. Let's see. Okay, so reading down this column, I seem to have... Oh, this 3-6 pair is just looking at that 5 and 6. Let's mark this box now. Mark tells me that's a 6 and a 5 and a 3 and a 6 and a 3. Thank you, Mark. And a 6 and a 3. Okay, so we've got all of that. Okay, let's mark this row now. Actually, let's mark this row and this box. We'll be brave. Okay. So we get a 4 and a 7 out of that. So I will hear no complaints about it. And so the 9 in this row goes here. And so now that 9 tells me that this can't be a 5 or a 7 because it's on a black dot. So that's a 6. I feel like the black dot reveal is one of the swishiest fog of war steps that we've seen a lot in these. Is like, oh, surprise black dot. I'll do the arrow math without being reminded this time. So that's a 3 and a 6. We have revealed the bet tree. I'll unmark it for you so that you can still be in suspense as to what it's going to be. You have no idea. It will be a complete surprise. We'll mark the rest of the cells. So that's a 2 and a 4. Making that a 1 and a 2. Making that an 8. Making that a 2 and an 8. Making that a 4 and a 3. Making that a 1 and a 5 and a 1 and a 7 and a 5. And making the bet tree 2. Uh-oh, I missed some cells. No! No, I have to start again. Making that a 3 and a 6. And making the bet tree a 2. We'll edit it out in post. Sneaky 3-6 hiding up there in box 3. What we need is a bet cell protection plugin that will make it so you can't fill in the bet tree until you've filled in everything else. Super smooth. Loved that puzzle. That was really cool. That's true, Tom. That's true. I got very lucky that I happened to guess correctly what the bet tree was when I hadn't even filled in these yet. Alrighty. Well, let us move right along to the puzzle Fogshot by M. Nasty. M. Nasty, the creator of, among other things, the puzzle Five-Fold Challenge, which was one of my favorite puzzles from the previous year. By the way, I should just in case you have not heard about it, I did post finally, and by I did post, I mean Tristan did all of the work and deserves all of the credit, but Tristan did post my Puzzles of the Year list from 2022. So if you want to hear about M. Nasty's Five-Fold Challenge and other puzzles, then you can do that, including a cameo by Tallcat. So let's see. So let's read the rules, and then we have an example image to go with the rules. So normal Sudoku rules. We have Slingshot. For a cell with an arrow, the digit in the cell adjacent to the tail end of the arrow must appear at a distance of X cells in the direction the arrow points, where X is the digit in the arrow's cell. Okay, so this is I think of this as a Stefan Bura thing, and maybe it's not, but I have done multiple Stefan Bura puzzles with this. So when I look at this arrow, for example, with a 2, the 2 is telling me that I'm putting the digit 1, 2 in front of it. So the 2 is pointing 2 cells in front, and the digit I'm putting there is the digit from here. Yeah, I think Stefan has maybe 10 puzzles with this rule set. I've done a couple of them on stream, I believe. And so similarly here with the 9 here gets shot 4 cells, 1, 2, 3, 4 in front of this. Okay. So that is our rules. Does this include a given bet tree, or should we secret bet tree this thing? So right away, J. Dyer is pulling out our roping trick, which is to say that these 3 green cells, they all, because of the slingshots, go up here. So they all, because of these, go down here. This one of note can only be a 1 or a 2, because it can only go there or there. And in fact, actually, I'm going to know where it goes once I finish the roping coloring. So let's rope in orange. And so orange in this box goes here. So orange in this box goes here. And then blue, which goes here and here. That is beautiful. Okay, so now where does this orange digit go is the question. And so this orange digit, by the slingshot, it can't be blue because orange and blue are different. And so this digit goes here, is the thing. And our betting tree is row 7, column 2. That's right. I need to update my betting tree so it will no longer be Christmassy. Maybe we can get a trans pride tree. That would be cool. Let's see. So we've got this coming up here. By the way, if you've not appreciated the now trans pride flag decked out Sven, the peeping Sven now has the trans rights flag. I guess it's a trans rights flag, not a trans pride flag, or is it both? Whichever. All right. So anyway, so the point is this number is a 2. Because of that, which is very cool. That is super sweet. Okay, so yes, so we get to do a 2 dance. Yes, and the Sven button. So we get to bring out Zach for the 2 dance. Waha! Wee! Whoa! Waha! Wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Yes, the Sven button also has it. I'm curious, actually, if the Sven button has it because the Sven button I actually just takes the graphic from the peeping Sven, or if the Sven button has it because it was edited to have it. I'm not sure. All right. So, by the way, I did not, when I was explaining the rules, explain the rules for German Whispers because there were not German Whispers in the puzzle yet. But along the green lines, I have to make sure I keep the digits along the green line at least 5 apart. Okay, so one of these is a 2, and it's not that one. Wait, no, that's not true. Sorry, I'm swip swapping which digit goes where. These are just saying that the 2 is going in one of these cells, which I know. All of these digits are at most 5, let's say, and I can do better than that. Because, for example, this one can't be a 1 or a 2, because that would put the digit that's here in the same box. So this is at least a 3. This one, actually, it can't be 5 anymore, because that would go off the edge of the grid, and it can't be 1, because it would repeat the thing in the box. Oh, I mean the blues. Right. Sorry, thank you, chat. It's the blues that I'm doing. So this can't be 1 or 2, this can't be 1 or 5, and this can't be 4 or 5. Yep, I did indeed pencil mark the wrong cells yet again. But I know that 2 is in green, so therefore none of these are 2. So the question is, can these actually be 3, 4, 5? In which case, no. This can't be 3. Because if this is 3, then it would make that digit a 4, and both of those digits would go there. So that immediately doesn't work. By the way, if you're curious, why on earth did I think to try that? It was because I noticed that these were almost a 3, 4, 5 triple, and my brain wondered if a 3, 4, 5 triple was broken. And immediately when I tried this being not 1, I saw that it broke because these pointed at the same cell. That was sort of my, like, what is it that made me think to try this, this thing. So this has to be a 1. Now, let's see. Does this break if it's a 4 for the same reason? I think it does. So if this is a 4, it's pointing at 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that would make this a 3. So this can't be a 4 for exactly the same reason. So we there go. Now, if this is a 3, I think it's okay, right? Go 1, 2, 3. Oh, if this is a 3, it puts it there. That might be awkward. Because now this is getting pointed back at this. Okay, so yes. If this is a 3, it's putting this digit there. Is that a problem? Because now that digit's pointing back here. Something has gone... Oh, it clashes with the 1. Right, I've just completely forgotten about the 1. Sorry, this is a way simpler problem than the problem I was trying to get at. The digit that goes here is this one, because that's what the 1 slingshot tells me. So therefore, this is not allowed to point at that cell, because that would put this digit, which is not X, on top of the X. So therefore, that's 5. Thank you, chat. And so now this 5 is pointing at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's pointing at that cell. So we need a different color of X now. Let's do pink O's next. So this digit is going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. And now this digit can't be 4 for, again, the same reason. Basically, these two things would then put the digits there. So therefore, this is a 3. And therefore, pink X is going 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the channel, Jim. So these are a pink O, pink X pair. I like Command Z too much to use letters. Because I use Command Z for undo, and you can't use Command Z for undo if you use the letter tool. But using the X's and O's does not clash with the letter tool. I don't think these are going to last very long, fortunately. I think these are mostly here for illustrative purposes. So O and X are a low and a high, because they go here on this whisper line. Black X, it's a good point. Black X, we need to think about where it goes. where does this digit need to be going? Well, this digit is not... Oh, sorry. This digit might be orange circle, but it needs to go at least over here. So this is a 4, 5, or 6. But it's not a 5 because there's already a 5. So this is either a 4 or a 6, which is very interesting because it tells me that this whisper has a 4 or a 6 on it. Wait, is that true? Oh, well, it does tell me, it does tell me that X isn't 2. So there's a 4 or a 6 here that definitely goes on this whisper. Oops. Wait, now I'm confused. Right. These two pinks include the 2. Right, okay, so... Right, so there's a 4 or a 6 over here, and it has to go with a 1 or a 9. But the problem is 6 can't go over here. And the reason why 6 can't go over here is that if 6 went over here, it would need to go with a 1, but 1 is blue, not green. So this is a 4. And these are a 4-9 pair. And now if this was the 4, that would be a huge problem, because this would also have to be 9, and 9 is green, so it can't also be blue. That would be silly. So this is a 9, and that's a 4. I realize that's probably not the argument that most of you would have given for that, but that's okay. This is a 1 or a 3. So we have that. One of these two is a 9. I don't know which one yet. So these are, in fact, a 2-9 pair, I suppose, is the point. And these are also a 2-9 pair. Let's see. This is a gorgeous puzzle so far, by the way. This is really neat. Okay, so now these are a triple. So let's fill in the triple of digits that are orange. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is the digits that are here. And now, this being a 6, 7, or 8 is very interesting. Okay, so let's do the easy one first. This can't be a 6 because it would put a 1 there, and there's a 1 in the column. This can't be very large because, in fact, 6 is the absolute furthest that this can go, and 6 is the smallest that this can be. So therefore, this is a 6, and therefore, this is a black circle. And is therefore a 7 or an 8. 7 and 8 only go with 2 or 3, so this digit here is a 2 or a 3. At some point, I'm going to say that this can't be 7 and 2, because 7 and 2 are, I don't know, something about the coloring or something. I don't know yet. But it's coming. These are 1, 3, 5. These are 1, 3, 5. Let's just fill in. Oh, it's being pointed out, this cell also has a slingshot in it. Oh, and this cell also has a slingshot in it that I should fill in. This is even the nicer one. Thank you, chat, for noticing this one. This slingshot here puts the 1 there. No? Did I miscount? Oh, that's not 4. And that's not a 1. There we go. Okay. Third time's the charm. This 4 here is slingshotting the 1 down, is what people are telling me in chat. Yes, I can't count to 4. It's a problem. Okay, so we've got that. Maybe now is a good time to check and see if there's any other slingshots that I haven't actually done. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this cell is black circle. Because of this slingshot. Oops, because of this slingshot. So that is useful to know. So these are in fact not 6. And black circle now is going in one of these cells, because black circle needs to go at least 6 down, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, no, it just is this cell. This is just the only place that can be black circle, because black circle can't go there because there's already a black circle. So this is a black circle, and therefore this is a 6. That's very cool. Super slick. So this is a 7 or an 8. Okay. So the point is, one of these is definitely a 1. And if one of these is definitely a 1, the other one can't be a 3. Because if the other one was a 3, I would be putting a second 1 into a box that already has a 1. This is amazing. Okay. So that's, in fact, the 3. And so we have a 1, 5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if that's the 1, that would be a 1, which doesn't work because it's not. So, in fact, it goes the other way. And so... Did I do that backwards? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, sorry, I'm misreading this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's the 1. And now that is the 5. Okay. That was very cool. I loved that. Let's see. So there's a 5 over here somewhere. It's probably not on the green line unless there's a surprise 0 in the puzzle. Always possible. You never know when you're going to get a surprise 0. So let's see. Right. Okay. So Martin has it. And J. Dyer, and Jaleb, and Ron, and Philippe, and Carl. This digit has to be whisperable from 7 or 8, but the only digits that are whisperable from 7 or 8 are 1, 2, and 3, and 1 and 3 are gone, so therefore this is a 2. And now this is now 7, 8, or 9. In particular, it's not the 5, so that is the 5. This is 7, 8, or 9. Okay, and now this is pointing at a 7, 8, or 9 up, but who knows exactly where. Let's see. Shockingly not a 5 somehow. Okay. I probably need to start giving more color OX names to the 7, 8s, because that's what chat would like. Yes, chat would never have seen the 2 that I as soon as I looked up, I saw 17 messages in chat for. Let's see, row 7, 8, column 4. Okay, so... Yeah, so these are telling me how far something goes in this direction. So these are each at most 5. And this is not a 1, a 4, or a 5, and this is not a 1, a 2, or a 4. So these are going there. So these are only from... and that's a 2, 3 pair. That's a 2, 3 pair. Sweet. So that's a 5. Which tells me, I think I have to get rid of the pink O's and X's because I'm about to number something else, and I don't think those are doing anything at the moment. I mean, I guess they are technically doing a little bit. But the thing is, I know now that this digit goes there, which means it's either the betting tree or it's not the betting tree. What do I know about this digit? I know that this digit is putting a 7, 8, 9 somewhere, so I actually can write in candidates for this cell. So it's not a 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5. So this is only a 6, 7, 8, or 9 purely by sudoku, and so, in fact, I can write in that these are 6, 7, 8, or 9 as well. But I can do better, because this can never be a 9, because 9 would be up here off the grid. This can't be an 8, because it would be putting the 7, 8, 9 on top of a 1. This can't be a 7, because it would be putting the 7, 8, 9 on top of a 4. So therefore, this is a 6. And what this is telling me is that this digit is actually the same as this digit. So this digit, not a 9. This is the other 7, 8. So we can name the other 7, 8 productively. So let's go into... We can use pink X for the other 7, 8. So that can be pink X, and so that's pink X. We've got that. Oh, I really don't need black X anymore, so I can use black X for the next thing that comes up. In a sane world, perhaps black X would have been something to go with pink X, but it's too late now. We can't undo things. So this 7, 8, or 9 is going either there or there, which is interesting. Let's see. Uh-oh, this is a 6. Is the point, right? This is actually a This is actually a 6. As Chad is pointing out. I was like, something is wrong, because I feel like I'm trying to put a 6 on top of the 7, 8, but then I realized that the 7, 8s are not circles, so I did not do a great job with that. And fortunately, the bet tree gods have been kind, because now that's a 6. Okay. No 6 there, so therefore that's a 6. Row 1, column 9. Ah, yeah, this is definitely pink X. Good point. That's going to be helpful. So, yeah, pink X in this box is going in one of these cells. Okay. The 6 in box 3 is on a slingshot. Right. Okay, so yeah, so this 6 goes down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, making that black circle. Good spot to J there. So we've got that. Let's see. Yeah, we probably don't need this coloring anymore. The coloring was cool for the break-in. This is probably the coolest roping-based break-in I have ever seen. I have contemplated, like, a roping emote, because I feel like roping comes up just often enough that it would be a cool emote to have. Let's see. Okay, so how does double-clicking not highlight all the black circles? Come on, Sven. Let's see. No, those are not a 7-8 pair. One of these is pink 7-8 is the thing. That is part of the problem, is it's not exactly clear what the roping emote should look like. Let's see. Chat has identified another slingshot in the grid. Row 6, column 4. Yeah, so this is being slingshot either there or there. Zach in a little cowboy costume. That would be adorable. There should be a place that makes bespoke outfits for spherical penguins. Zach would like outfits. Let's see. I know one of these is the black 7-8. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing with this. Like, this seems very relevant. It seems like I'm trying to set up like a virtual triple or something, but I haven't figured it out. This is not... Ah! Right, okay, that's the point. Got it, okay. Black circle, I understand now. Thank you, Dyer, for saying it in a way even as Zeta can understand. Black circle can't go here, because if black circle went here, it would be saying, because of this slingshot, that black circle went there or there. But there's a problem, because black circle goes there. So this isn't the black circle. This is a black circle. And so the point is, these are a 7-8 pair, as you would expect, of course, that black circle and pink X would be, making this a 9, meaning that now 9 is in one of these two cells. Which means that 9 is back in one of these two cells over here. And so what does that do? Oh, I would love it if you drew it, Isabella. We have many adorable Isabella things, drawings of all of our regulars around that. Okay, so, sorry. So, it has been suggested that I hit the mark button here. And so the point is there's a 7-8 pair in the column, which makes that a 6 and that a 9. Let's see. There are some 9s hanging out over here. Like that. There are some 6s in one of these two cells. At some point, one of these is going to be on a slingshot, and I'm not going to notice. Franco, this is on Chameleon's GitHub page is where you get the mark button. There's a link to it pinned in the zetamath Discord, if you're on the zetamath Discord. Okay, so this needs a 7 or an 8, and a 2 or a 3, in some order. I don't yet know. Let's see, 9 in box 9 is pretty limited, says Jay. Because it can't be... Right, it can't be there. Can't be there. So it's always weirdly in column 7. Okay, let me go over that. So where is 9 in box 9 is Jay's question. It's not in this column because there's already a 9 in this column. It's not in this row because there's already a 9 in this row. And it's not here because I know one of these two is a 9. So in fact, weirdly, I'm going to just crisscross my pencil marks all over the place. One of these two is a 9, so therefore that's not a 9, and therefore this is a 9. Give me some German whisper, please! No whammy, no whammy! Dope. But we did get a slingshot, so I can't complain too much. So we got a slingshot that's going to tell me where black circle is going. And so what I'm going to learn is actually black circle has to go exactly there. Because black circle in this row now can't go there because of this. So black circle has to go exactly there. There's nowhere else it can go. So this is a black circle 7-8. This is a 2 or a 3. And this is a 1, sorry, no, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a 7. Which tells us, at long last, that black circle is 8. Black circle is 8. And I think we might have all of them now. And so pink X is 7. And 7 can't be 5 away from 3. Even though 7 and 3 sound 5 away apart, they actually aren't. So this is a 2, and that's a 3. And that being a 3 tells me where the 9 goes. 1, 2, 3, that's the 9. And so we've got that. We've got a thing pointing here for some reason. It's telling me where this digit goes down here. I'm told there's only 1 8 left in the grid. We should probably find it. It seems to go there. We will reward it with its black circle for its hard work. But unfortunately, I don't think pink circle has done enough. I think we're just going to get rid of the pink circles. But we will reward 7 with the pink X. Let's see. Okay. So... this is one of these two digits, for sure. Maybe I should just mark all of this nonsense. Because this digit has to be one of these, is the point. This can't be a 1, so this can only be a 2 or a 3. Oh, okay, and the point is it's not a 2. So this digit can't be a 1 because it would put a 9 here, and it can't be a 2 because there's a 2 in the column, and it can't be more than 3 because that would be off the grid. So this digit is a 3, is the point. I saw that considerably slower than I should have. And so, therefore, this digit... Okay, well, that's a 2. Let's fill that in, too. This digit is a 1, 4, or 5. Sven knows it's not a 5, so that's not a 5. So these two are, in fact, the same digit. That's not a 3. Oh, I have some slingshot stuff going on up here, don't I? But I just did it anyway. Oh, no, I don't. Okay, this digit gets slingshotted 5 spaces there. So therefore, this digit's the 2, and that digit's the 9. So let's not forget that. Neither of those is a 2. That's not a 9. That's a 4-7 pair in the row, so that's a 9. So this seems to be a 9 by pure Sven. This seems to be a 2 by virtue of a 147 triple. This seems to be a 1 by virtue of Sven. So this is the 4 and the 7 and the 3. And the 1 and the 4 and the 7 and the 4. And that's a 1 and a 5. Not that one. That's a 5 and a 3. So 3, 4, 3. We can mark this cell as 2, 5. Except it's not 2, so we can mark it as 5. Mark will know what digit goes here. It's a 1, 2, and 5. I think we can mark the rest of the grid. So that's a 6, a 1, a 4, a 2, a 3, a 6, a 7, a 5, a 3, a 4, a 7, a 3. And let's double check that I don't have any stray missing digits. The bet tree is, drum roll please, a 4. Congratulations to all the 4 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Very nice puzzle, M Nasty. That was super cool. That was an excellent use of Fog of War, because the way the slingshot sort of pokes stuff all around and the break-in idea with the roping was super cool. So absolutely loved that. I will take a quick break. And we'll be back shortly. But yeah, this is very neat. I've really enjoyed the variety of things that people have come up with to combine with Fog of War. And this is I certainly wasn't expecting a slingshot puzzle, but this is an excellent slingshot puzzle. I will be right back shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. Next up, we have this adventurous-looking puzzle by dumediat. So dumediat, of note, wholly responsible for the Fog of War challenge, because dumediat set something really cool that I was like, hey, I want to see more of what people can do with this, so let's see what people can do. So now this is going to be an adventure. So what is going on in this puzzle? So we have Fog of War. By the way, I should note this is using Chameleon special software. So Chameleon, perhaps most famous around this stream for the fact that Chameleon wrote the Bet-Tree software, but also the Mark software and a few other things. And so Chameleon has made a bunch of sort of cool things for implementing strange Sudoku ideas. So we have this. Okay. We need to place correct digits, shading, or loop lines to get more light. So a correct digit, a correct shading, or a correct loop line will get us there. Oh, I remember the rotating grid. That was cool. Oh, donation dance. Oh, right. Yes. Sorry. We got a donation from Jim. Thank you, Jim. Let's get a donation dance. Jim donated for 2 lovely puzzles in an hour. I agree. Those were both excellent. So let's get you a donation dance. Thank you, Jim. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And appreciate all the penguins in chat as well. Oh, excellent, MicroStudy. I didn't know this one had been on CTC already. Every time I see that CTC has done a Fog of War puzzle, I'm just immediately like, well, I can't do that, or I can't watch that. I can go back and watch all of these afterwards. So contained within the grid are 9 non-overlapping 3x3 square regions, which must be located. Each region contains the digits 1 through 9, and digits cannot repeat in any row or column. Cells outside regions do not contain digits and are considered empty for Yajilin rules below. So is this 11 by 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. No, this is 14 by 14. Okay. Excellent. So the digits in each cage sum to the clue at the top left corner and may not repeat. Cages may include shaded and or unshaded empty cells, but such cells do not contribute to the cage total. Okay, got it. So however many digits are in this cage, they all sum to 12. And then we have modified Yajilin. So we need to shade some empty cells black. So Yajilin, by the way, if you've not heard of Yajilin before, is a classic pencil puzzle. I don't know, classic is a weird word to use with pencil puzzles, because I don't think any of them are particularly old, but it's a classic pencil puzzle genre where you build a loop, but you can avoid some cells that you shade, and the clues sort of tell you which cells, tell you some information about which cells you cannot visit, and then you have to visit everything else. So we need to shade some cells black. Yeah, I mean, Sudoku also not very old, unless you count the fact that someone published a Sudoku in the 1800s. Oh, this was dumediat's premiere on CTC. Oh, well, congratulations, dumediat. It feels to me like this is far too late for dumediat to be having a premiere on CTC, but it's a narrow field these days. All right. But I feel like I've been doing dumediat puzzles for a long time, and I feel like every dumediat puzzle I have done has been excellent. Okay, and then draw a non-intersecting loop through the centers of all unshaded cells. Does that include cells without digits? Or sorry, does that include cells with digits? Arrow cells must contain a digit and be part of a 3x3 region. These clues represent the number of shaded cells in a straight line in the indicated direction. In the final grid, there we go. Okay, so this is going to clarify. In the final grid, all cells will contain either a digit, with or without an arrow, a loop line, or a black shading. I'm guessing this is an exclusive OR. Note that drawing borders or edges or shading cells other than black will not affect the fog or solution check. Okay, so I can use things like green or whatever to indicate something. Okay, yeah, so the loop does not visit cells with digits. Okay, so I think I'm going to use the color of green to indicate that these arrow cells are definitely contained in things. Okay, so do we have the standard Yajilin rule that we can't have black cells touch orthogonally? Correct, yes. So black cells can't touch orthogonally, and the arrow does give the number. So this must be a 1, because the arrow here... Yeah, sadly, English does not have a great way to clarify that you mean exclusive OR other than writing XOR, which is, outside of a mathematical context, a little weird. But in Yajilin rules, I can't shade both of these, but because this digit has to be a digit, it has to be at least a 1, it must in fact be a 1. And so we get a 1 here, and we get to do our digit dance, bring out Zach for the 1 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop-boo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop-boo, woohoo! Ba-doop-boo-boo-doo-ba-doo, woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-bop, waha! Ba-doop-ba-dop, waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Is there a hidden bet tree in this grid? I do not know. One thing I do know is that this is definitely in a region, because I need to fit a 3x3, and my 3x3... even if it went up as far as it could, would still come down to that cell. One of these is... so this is like a... oh, okay. No, it doesn't have to be. Sorry. It could be that one's the one that's shaded, and then this one is in a 3x3. It doesn't have to be the case. There might be some loop geometry thing going on here that's going to get screwed up if I'm not careful. With exactly how this box sits in here. I'm going to think about that. Am I going to think about that now, or am I going to think about that later? Okay, no. Okay, I can do it. This can't go here. So this square, it can't go here. Because if it does, then what happens is that this cell is shaded, and this is a dead end. So let me just try and explain that if you're not familiar with loop stuff. If these become green, now because of the 1, this becomes black. I'm not going to shade it because that would reveal the fog and I don't want to, but this becomes black. And now this cell can't be part of a region because I can't squeeze a 3x3 in here. It can't be black because I can't have 2 black cells that touch each other, and so it must be loop, but it's not going to be a very good loop because the loop's going to come in and then it's never going to leave. So, in fact, actually, these things are not part of regions, which I think I'm going to denote by purple, by blue. What color? Chat can vote. What color should I denote not part of a loop by? Or sorry, not part of a region by. Blue? Okay. It's like ocean. There we go. Yeah, like the people who do neurocopy. Okay, so these are all part of a region. Also green, says Doug. If this were CTC, we could do the thing where we use a very slightly different shade of green, which I know is chat's favorite trick. Okay. And so certainly, and keep in mind, blue could still be black. So don't forget that blue can still be black. So all of these are blue. So chat is claiming I know which of these is black, which I assuredly do, because that one could never be black. Because if that was black, this would now be a dead end, and I could have seen that before. So in fact, this is black. Oh, I need it to be black and not blue. I don't think that it counted that as me filling in this as black. But maybe someone has done this and can tell me if that's the case or not. Hey, dumediat. Did I fill in this black correctly? Okay, so now let's do some loop. So I know the loop has to come around here, because it has to go through this corridor. It has to come over here, and it certainly has to keep going at least to there. Good. There we got some more stuff to reveal. This is a corner, so it has to take it like that. This is a black cell. Good. The fact that the loop did that now lets me come back over here and green all of this. Because remember, all of my regions are 3x3s, so this is a 3x3. Hey, dumediat, by the way. Enjoying this so far. Very, very ambitious rule idea. So my loop has to come down here, and now it has to take this corner as well. Yeah, can we swap a blue for something of better contrast with a green line is a good question. Orange is slightly obnoxious and doesn't have a really good contrast, if I'm honest. What about purple? Purple actually has a pretty good contrast. It's slightly weird to me to let purple be the color of nothing, but I think purple being the color of nothing is the natural question. Okay, so, and it does contrast fairly well. I know that this is definitely in a region and this isn't, and so therefore I actually know what this entire region looks like. Just by sheer force of will. And so my loop needs to come out at least to here. Oh, we can purple all the line cells. That's true. I wasn't sure if I was going to purple line cells or if I was going to unpurple line cells, but it sounds like chat prefers that I purple line cells. This killer cage sums to 2, which is funny. So one of these two is anything. It is true that digits can't repeat in killer cages, right? May not repeat. Yes. Okay. Okay. So what else can we do with our lies? Here's the thing. These two must have different numbers. And so because these have different numbers, what that's telling me is that one of these two cells has to contain a black cell. Because this is counting all of these things. If neither of these were black, these two would contain the same digit and break the rules. So one of these two is black, but it's not that one. Because if that was black, this would be a dead end. And so that's black. And so now immediately I need to have my loop sort of going through here like that, which is going to let me purple some stuff. Purple. This cell I know is not purple because it has an arrow, and arrows are never purple. And so therefore my loop needs to come up here, like that at the very least. So this region I know comes up at least this far. Let's see. Okay, so let's go to settings, background colors, opacity. My fear was that would really blow out the purple. Maybe it screwed up the purple a little bit, but not so bad. I think I can just get rid of the purple that's under the loop, and then I think everything will be good. And I can just use purple in the moments when I don't know, or when I know something is loop, but I don't know what the loop looks like, which might never happen again for all I know. So this region just gets bullied over here. In fact, this region gets bullied over here and then over here. So all of this is definitely region. So therefore this loop needs to continue upward like that. And therefore all of this is region. This is awesome. I actually can say something about digits now. Oh, I guess we did get a digit dance earlier, but these two digits need to sum to 4 and they can't repeat, so they're a 1-3 pair. And Sven is telling me that this is not the one. So, oops. No. Telling me that this is not the one, so this is a 3, and that's a 1. So this is not a 1-10 sort of 11 cage. Okay. So this 16 cage needs to have another cell, otherwise that digit has to be a 16. And because of the fact that this cell is loop, there's only one thing that can look like, which is a region that looks exactly like this. And it's maybe at this point that I contemplate whether I actually want to have some regions have different colors than others. So I think I might make this region blue, for instance, just to distinguish this region and this region. And so that's going to give me some more loop. And now this loop still has to keep going because we pierced the fog and got this this black cell like that. Now, all of this stuff, sorry, let me highlight the right mode. All of this stuff does not have, well, at least this cell now. This cell cannot possibly be in a region because there's not 3 height worth. So therefore this is loop and it's a corner. So my, oops, not that. No. Therefore this does that. Uh-oh. What did I do wrong? Okay, I screwed something up. Something's wrong. Oh, it could be black. Right, it could be black. Right. Sorry, you're right. Absolutely, it could be black. Whoops. Well, we got caught. But I do know it's purple. We'll continue to use purple for not part of a region. And then whether it is black, or not, we will leave as a mystery and certainly not know that that cell is definitely black because we definitely made a mistake. Because who knows if we made a mistake? All the evidence is gone. So interestingly, this needs to be at least 2, and it can't possibly be larger than 3. So this digit can only be a 2 or a 3. It can only be a 2 or a 3 because remember, black cells can't touch. So if you haven't done Yajilin before, I acknowledge that this is going to take a little bit to wrap your brain around. The rule set to this puzzle is very clicky if you've done Yajilin puzzles before, but probably not if you haven't. But I can fit at most 3, but this digit can't be a 1 or a 3, so therefore this digit is a 2. So there's an extra black cell in here somewhere. And if that's true, this digit's definitely a 3, because we know that this digit sees these 2 black cells, but also sees that one. Oh, this loop I just stranded in the middle of nowhere for some reason, and never actually bothered to give a name and all these sorts of things. We can make that red. Ooh, that's an intense red. So we'll have our blood region over here. Oh, I guess I know this is green, coming in over here. Right, red has to go up because there's this loop thing hanging out here. And in fact, while I'm looking at the loop also, this is now a corner. That can't be black, so for real, it actually has to do that. Not for play this time. So red actually goes up here, or blood if you prefer. Perhaps some sort of like nautically themed blood involving sharks or something, given our usual naming of colors around the channel. So this cell now must be a 1, because it can't be a 2 or a 3 by quote-unquote sudoku, and I can't possibly fit more than 2 here, so this is a 1. Revealing a 10 cage that doesn't have a 1 in it, so this is a 2, 3, 5, which means that's the 5, and these are the 2 and 3. Just a 10 cage in 3 digits that doesn't have a 1 is always 2, 3, 5. I know that from setting a lot of 10 lines puzzles. Arguably too many 10 lines puzzles, but who knows? Let's see. So these digits, let's see. So this could be 4, 9, or 6, 7. Those are the 2 options for this at the moment. I don't think I see any fancy Sudoku stuff to do with it just yet, but maybe someday I will. So I thought that J40, but couldn't this cell be black? Because I don't think I know that this cell is not black. I think I actually know that this digit's a 2, right? Right, okay. I do know this cell is at most 3. And I know it's at most 3 because what I have on screen now is a proof that it's at most 4. But the thing I have on screen now is plainly impossible because it creates 2 dead ends. So actually, this can't be as high as 4. So it's 1, 2, or 3, but there's a 1 and a 2, or sorry, a 1 and a 3 in the column. So in fact, this digit's always a 2. So there's exactly one black cell down here somewhere. That I have yet to find. I don't know if this is a 1 or sorry, I was going to say I don't know if this is a 1 or a 2 cell 13 cage, but what I meant to say is I don't know if it's a 2 or a 3 cell 13 cage. I guess it could even be a 4 cell 13 cage if it's really ambitious about its life. I really like this puzzle because there's so many different places I can be looking, and any place I look, I see something. Excellent. MicroStudy has seen one of those somethings that I could see, which is that there are only 9 digits, and I have to put all 9 digits in these rows. In particular, that means several things, one of which is that all of this stuff is purple, and the other of which is where does 2 go in this row? Because this row now definitively needs a 2, but it can't go in red, and it can't go in green number 1, so it has to go in green number 2. It can't go in a column with a 2, so one of these 2 digits is definitely a 2. Oh, and this also, actually, this is also purplified, is being pointed out by Josh, because there's also a bunch of stuff there. So, yeah, more purple. And so that pushes this green up considerably. Like that. It's been pointed out, by the way, that I did not read the killers closely enough. The clue is always at the top left. This was Carl's point. So I actually do know. I mean, I don't think this gets me anything, but I said I don't know how many cells are in this 13 cage, but I do, because if this 13 cage took this cell, the total would be there, not here. So this is a 2 cell 13 cage. Are there any other digits that are interesting to do Sudoku on in this collection? Yeah, so where's the 3? The 3 in this row is in one of these 2 cells. Note, you can only do this kind of Sudoku in rows or columns where you have all 3 things. Speaking of, this is a column where I have all 3 things, so these are all purple. For sure. Let's see. Okay, so these are certainly purple as well, because I no longer can squeeze I can't squeeze a region in there, no matter how hard I try. This 16 cage has no 1s, 2s, or 3s, is being pointed out by MicroStudy. So therefore, this 16 cage must be 4, 5, 6. Like that. And that one, for some reason, can't be a 5. So that's cool. Let's see. J. Dyer says row 5, column 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's 4, 5, 7, because I can't add. Row 5, column 12, I think is that one, is not black. How do I know this cell is not black? I don't think I know how I know that this cell is not black. Is there an arrow looking at it? I don't see an arrow looking at it. Let me pencil mark this for max that it could be. So the maximum this digit can possibly be is 4. So this is a 1, 2, 3, or 4. I can do that.
Hey, chat.
A wandering Triss has appeared. I'm fond of those. I'm doing well. Sorry, it only occurred to me that you're asking me and not chat after a significant amount of time to reflect about it. One of these two cells is a 2. I don't know what to do with that in my life, but one of them is a 2. One of them is loop. It's unfortunately not quite true that whichever of these is a 2, that has to be green. If this is a 2, I certainly get my region that looks like this. Does that break because it puts 3 black cells here? No, I don't think so. Yes, we have a Tristan in chat now. Well, we have a Triss in chat at least. Slightly different spelling. Yeah, what's the maximum on this one? Is 1... I can't even do that, actually. So this one's certainly not larger than 4, but 4 is impossible because 4 would require doing this, which again creates dead ends. So this is not larger than 3. For sure. I do know there's a black cell in here. Oh! I think I know that this doesn't have any regions in it. Because if there's a region in here... Oh, no, that's not true, sorry. Maybe I actually know that there is a region in here. Sorry, here's my reasoning. If I put a region in here with a black cell, what's going to happen is there's going to be absolutely nothing left in this column. And then my loop is going to have to sort of buzz around in here. And I thought it wasn't going to be able to connect, but it actually does connect very well across there. So actually, that would be okay. So if that was a 3, that would be an 8, sure. Let's see. MicroStudy believes if this is a black cell in a region. So if this is a black cell in a region, that's the black cell. This is the region. And that doesn't work. Because then the 2 cage doesn't work. That's true. Okay, so I agree with MicroStudy. If I try and put in a black cell in a region in here, that takes up all the cells. Black cells can't touch, so that's the region. That cell is black. And now I can't put a region over any cells in the 2. I'm not sure if that's the intended deduction, but it definitely gives me that all of this is purple. And so if all of that's purple, it also means that all of this is purple. Coming out over there. Okay, dumediat confirms my suspicion that was probably not the intended spot, but was a cool spot. I mean, it wasn't a huge reach to find. It just didn't feel like the deductions that have been in the puzzle, so I assumed it probably wasn't the intended deduction. Let's see. Yeah, just because of the tightness of the fact that 3 plus 1 is 4, and there's 4 cells here, is the only way I think anyone ever thought to look at this. Do I know this cell isn't part of a region somehow? I don't think I do, annoyingly. I know this... Oh, this cell! Oh no, it could be a freaking black cell, as always. This cell can't be a black cell, but I don't know what it does. But if this cell was black, I would create a dead end. But I don't think I can rule out any of the combinations out of this. Let's see. Well, it was because of the 2 cage that it was broken, Jay. without the 2 cage, I think the thing I drew isn't broken. It's only because of the fact that the region I drew makes the 2 cage not possible to have anything in it that was broken. At least that was how I was thinking of it. So this needs to have some loop in it, but I again don't think I can rule out. I don't think any of these things are thing. Oh, the region after that. Oh, right. Okay, sorry. I now understand. Okay, that's gorgeous, I think, right? So if I drew in this region, it would create a big problem with the 2 cage. And that problem is multifaceted. So first of all, it creates the problem that this cell can't have a digit in it, because there's 9 cells in this column already. And now this cell also can't contain a digit because I now don't have room to sort of squeeze a region in here. So I can't actually make this I can't actually make this cell part of a region, because that region, and this is J. Dyer's point, that region would break the 2 cage. And so therefore, this is a corner, which is going to give me some extra loopy-doos. And that extra loopy-doos gets me a whole region, actually, just as a bonus. So we got that whole region there. This can be at most 3. Because of that. Okay, now this needs to have a 2 in it, because the 2 cage needs to work. So in fact, that's the 2. That's not a 2. Of course, my loop up here now only has sort of this path out, so it can meander sort of through there. And so now I need to have a region in this cell. Otherwise, no, sorry, I was going to say I can't make 9 in 1, but in fact, actually, definitively, you can make a 9 sum in one cell, despite my claims to the contrary. Let's see. So, I know that neither of those are black. I know that these are both purple. Oh, this cell. No, not quite. Darn, I was thinking that this cell was going to be forced to go that way, but I don't think it quite is. Carl is saying this can't be a 3, which I believe we could prove if we had to, but I would rather not if I can avoid it. So 2 in column 8, it's being pointed out by DWeb, goes in one of these cells. So we've got that. Agree with that. Does 14 and 4 need a 2? No, I don't think so. 1, 3, 4, 5. 1, 3, 4, 5 is 1, 3, 4, 5 is 13. So I don't need a 2 necessarily. But I surely know what this digit is now, right? Because there literally is nowhere else in this that I could put a black cell. So this just is a 1. Okay, and now my 14 and 4 doesn't have a 1 in it, and so now it's definitely forced. So this is now 2, 3, 4, 5, and these aren't 2, 3, so they're 4, 5. So these aren't 4, 5, so they're 2, 3, and that's the 2, and that's the 3. Okay, good. So now, oh wait, could this cell be black? Am I allowed to have a black cell in a killer cage? Maybe I assumed I'm not allowed to have a black cell in a killer cage, but maybe I'm allowed to have a black cell in a killer cage. Because that cell could maybe be black. I am allowed. Okay, I specifically am. So we have to go back and say, okay, so this is a 1 or a 2. Okay, so we're specifically allowed to have black cells in killer cages. People really want me to count loop ends going into places, which seems irksome, but is maybe not so bad here, because we have this region. So let me just shade this giant purple thing. How many loops have to go in here? And the answer is every loop needs to cut a solid region an even number of times. And so this one is definitely going to cut this region, and this one's definitely going to cut this region. And so this one can't cut it, or that would be an odd number of times. And so, therefore, I think people's claim is this loop has to go that way, if I understood that correctly. And now, once I do that math, a bunch of other things sort of fall out. Like this now is a corner, and so this does that. I can get rid of some of the purpling behind the loop. And now this really is a 1, because now I literally have loop on all the other cells. So now we can do the thing that we did before. So now these are 2, 3, 4, 5. These aren't 2, 3, so these aren't 4, 5, and therefore that's a 2 and that's a 3. Okay. So we have all of that. Now this can't be a 3 anymore, because I can't fit 3 cells in here without that. So that's a 1. So we have a 1 cell in here. One of these 2 is black. And if I make it that one, then I have a problem, because now that creates a dead end there. So that's black. And not purple. I enjoy how it lets you actually blacken stuff without that. So now this is a corner. Oops, sorry. No, back. This is a corner. That's a corner. This now must be black, because this cell, if it's not black, now has significant issues with its life. These don't need to be purple anymore, because they're now loopified. There is some svenning going on in box this one, J. Dyer points out. And so that's a 3, and that's an 8 by Sven, aka by the fact that that digit had turned red. This loop can't keep going straight, so it must turn. Let's see. Do I know that this isn't black yet? I don't think I yet know that that's not black. I know that none of these are black, but I think it exactly works out that none of that helps me. Yeah, I don't know that that's not black. This cage does not have a 1, 2, or 3 in it, points out Dog. So this is a 4, 5 sort of cage. Yes. J. Dyer points out that the loop probably doesn't end here. And so this loop needs to extend out like this. And the loop doesn't end here either, so it needs to extend out like this. And this end still can't end, so it's got to extend out like that. And so I can make it at least that far with my loop extendy magic. Let's see. If this is in a region now, that region looks exactly like this. Is that a problem? Doesn't look like it's immediately a problem to me. Oh, I think I know what this is, don't I? No, I don't know it's not I don't know it's not a 2. I know this isn't a 3 anymore, for what it's worth, because there's just not room for 3 black cells here anymore. Oh, good point. Good point from Garion. I certainly can't put a region here, because a region here would make this loop not be able to connect up with its friends. So there's no region going through here, so these cells are all purple. Got it. Okay, so these cells are all purple. And therefore, those cells are also purple. Okay. Oh, sorry. This one is not necessarily purple. Sorry. This one could be part of this. MicroStudy pointed out. So we've got that. If this is purple, then... sorry. If this was not purple... I think that also would break it because it would force that. And that's also broken for the same reason. So I think this is also purple. Wait. Sorry, was that wrong? No, that was completely wrong. Never mind. Sorry. But I think all 3 of these are forced. Because any one of these forces exactly the arrangement I'm not allowed. And this one also forces the arrangement I'm not allowed, just horizontally instead of vertically. Okay, so now the 9 cage is 9 in 1 cell. So 9 in 1 cell is a handy total. And now that reveals a black cell, so I get to loop that around. And I get to loop... Oops, no. I get to loop that around. I get to get rid of some of this purple. Some of this very enthusiastic purple, we'll say. Very excitable. So this is now forced to be 3, 7. It is being pointed out by MicroStudy. And so that's the 7, and that's the 3. And these 2 digits are 6 and 8. And I don't think that's resolved yet. So this 12K... that 3 looks down and has spend this red digit into oblivion, because it's a red digit in the blood region, so it's sort of now invisible. So we can look up this 12 cage. It's doubly not 3, 9. But I think it still has options, annoyingly. I wanted to at some point look at these digits, but I didn't actually then ever think about it. So these digits sum to 12, 13, 23, 31. I think these sum to 31, so I think these 2 sum to 14. I don't think that's useful. And it means they're 6, 8, or 5, 9. Oh, no! I think if I did that right, these have to be 6, 8, because 5, 9 is not an option. Let me double check. 18 plus 9 is 27. 3 is 30, 31. So these do sum to 14. They can't be 5, 9. So they are 6, 8. I mean, hell of a lot of good it does me, but I know it's true. So what about these? They are 2. So that's the 2. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9 is what these are. So that 7, 9 looks down and makes that not a 7. In fact, what's left in this column now is not that much. We've got 1, 2, 3... Oh, in fact, this 15 cage... No, this 15 cage is not telling me what's going on. So what's left in this column? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are from 4, 5, 6, 8 is the answer. I don't think that immediately gives me a whole lot of help to make my life better. I know none of these are black. I have as a clue. I know exactly one of these is black. I do know that all of this is purple because of the purple above it. So I know that all of this is purple, and I know that that cell at least is not black, but I think that still doesn't tell me very much. How many regions am I at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so there's only one more region. And probably that cell's in it, but I don't know. Let's see. So good point. So Carl points out if this region grows like this loop cell now has to join there. It has no choice. So this region, in fact, grows that way. And so now all of this stuff is purple. Because I can't squeeze a region in there. So now this piece of loop, it has to get out. No, sorry, don't listen to me. I'm about to say something nonsensical. Well, here's the thing. This piece of loop needs to keep going through here, but then it needs to get out of here, and the only place it gets out of there is there. So we, in fact, not along the edge. We, in fact, that's too much loop. We, in fact, get a little bitty bit of loop there, for sure. So none of that. I think that's probably the same thing J. Dyer was saying for me to do, just in a different way. I mean, good news. I, in fact, did not see where the black cell was, so I just immediately realized that I had highlighted one too many things. So all of chat now knows where the black cell is, but I do not know where the black cell is. I'm being told that fills in the arrow clue. It does fill in the arrow clue, because it now makes this a 1. Good. So now this cell is black, and so now we're going to get a lot of mileage out of that, because that's going to give us all of that as loop. And so that's going to let us delete more of this slightly overeager purple from the grid. I still know one of these is black because of that one. So I need to remember that. And chat knows which one of these is black because of things. This one being black doesn't sound good to me, but I don't know that I really want to think about it at the moment. Let's see. I can place 8 in the third row from the bottom, I'm being told. That can't be an 8. Neither of these can be an 8. That's really clever spot, Carl. So this can't be an 8 because it would need to go with a 5. These can't be 8 because there's an 8 in the box. And therefore, that's an 8. And so this has got to be a 1, right? There's no way that this is as big as 4. In order for this to be 4, maybe it could just be 4. I think it could maybe just be 4. So I know that one of these two cells is 5 now, because that definitely isn't as high as 5. And I can't put the 5 in the 13 cage. So one of these two is 5, which does give me a Jovio on 5s that I think does absolutely nothing, because there's not a region up here for it to do anything to. But we'll pretend. I mean, certainly I can at least mark that I know that... I guess, no, it does... Well, if I pay attention, I know that one of these is 5, and so now I know that neither of these are 5, which I probably knew before, but I wasn't paying attention. And I know this isn't 8, so I actually know that one of these is 8 as well, and so now we're getting somewhere. So now there's an 8 in my at least 3-cell 15 cage, so the other digits sum to 7. But, let's see. 8 in red. 8 in red, 57 Thorns points out, can't go in the 13 cage for exactly the same reason. So 8 in red goes here, which actually looks over and actually places this 8. So there we go. And so now this is a purple cell that does not... Oh, sorry, no, I don't know that it doesn't have a black in it. What am I saying? So this is a corner, or it's black. That's what I know. Okay. So now these two cells need to sum to 7. So in particular, this is never the 2 because that will not make the right number. So that's a 2. Oh, and the 2 is on an arrow. Surprise arrow. And so we'll consider the surprise arrow in a second. This digit must be a 1 or a 3, depending on what this is. And this apparently can't be a 3 for some reason. Because of that. Because that's a 1 and a 6. So that's not a 6. So one of these two cells is black, and it can't be that one. Because if that was black, this would be a dead end, and I would not be able to fill it. So this is, in fact, the black. That we totally didn't cheat and find out much earlier by accident. I don't know what you're talking about. So all of that is loop. And so that is loop. And so now that is loop. And so that is black. And not purple, and none of this needs to be purple anymore. So we have all of that going in. This is certainly the best Yajilin Sudoku hybrid I have done. Yes, so now multiple people in chat are saying I should look at 6 in blood, and so 6 in blood is in the 13 cage, so it needs to go with a 7. And now my 7s align, forming a Jovi wing of sorts, and therefore placing 7 in this region, because 7 now, by the fact that I've used the 7 there and the 7 there, I can't put 7 in any of these cells, and I also can't put 7 in a column with a 7, so that's the 7. So these digits I can mark 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 5. That's not a 6. I don't know what I thought that would do. Oh, it does definitely tell me the 9 in this row is down here, because I need a 9 down here, and it's definitely down here. So these aren't 9. So that did do something after I thought about it correctly. I should fill in what these digits are as well. Actually, I should definitely fill in what these digits are, because where is 5 in this row, Zeta? 5 in this row is here. So we can now just fill in these triple, and that would have made this way easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's not a 9. That 5 gives me a 4 and a 5, which gives me a 6 and a 9, and a 4, and a 7, and a 6 and a 7, and a none 7 of some distinction. And that 6 looks up and gives me an 8 and a 6. So now we have a black cell here, creating a corner in purple. So we can now do that into purple. This loop end now has nowhere to go but there. We can depurplify that purple stuff. This is now a corner, so we know the loop takes it like that. And so we will get rid of all of the purple like that. I was going to say something that was not correct, I think. Okay, that was my 1 black for the row. I think 4 blacks now is very ambitious. Let's see. If I wanted to put 4 blacks in this row, it would have to look like that, and that's broken. Oh, for super lots of reasons, that's broken. I was thinking that this was broken because of the fact that I put a corner here, but it also puts a black next to a black. There's no longer any way that this is 4, so this is definitely a 1. Okay, I must know what this 13 cage is, right? It doesn't have a 7 or an 8 in it. So therefore it must have a 9 and be 4, 9. And so therefore that's the 5. And this is the other one. 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Making that the 9. That the 4 and the 9, that the 3 and the 7. Let's see. Chat has lots of Sudoku points all of a sudden. So hidden 9 in row 11. I think that's the one I just found. Let's see. Ace of Spades says the 12 cage at the top needs to be 5, 7 now. So it's not 4, 8 because of that 4, 8. Very nice, Ace of Spades. And so therefore, and it's not 3, 9, so it is 5, 7. Agree. I don't know. That always tickles me for whatever reason. Whenever you get that sort of, the cage can't be that because it looks at something and it would form an ugly pair. Let's see. Still need a black cell over down here. Oh! I know none of these cells are black because of that one. That has been sitting there for forever. This one already sees it's 1, so therefore this is a corner. That was probably there literally 30 minutes ago. And probably chat also knew that that was there 30 minutes ago, but whatever. That gives me one more kink in my cap, as they say. This cannot connect straight across, because if this connects straight across, then I have a huge problem, which is that now I have these 3 cells that I can't visit with a loop because it's a dead end, but who knows what's going on. And so therefore this, because it can't connect left to right, it must connect up and down. As I always say in loop puzzles, anytime your loop can only take 3, anytime you have a cell on a loop that can only go in 3 directions, ask yourself if there's one of the pairs that's broken. And so in this case, that pair was broken. And so that gave us this. So we've got that now. I admit I was kind of hoping that would reveal something down here, but it seems not to have. Maybe I should actually look at this 2-cell 13 cage. 4 and 9 seems possible. 8 and 5 seems possible. 9 and 4 seems possible. Oh, well, that's annoying. So we've got that. I'm being told row 1, column 5 is a corner. How do I know it's not black? Do I have an arrow that points at this? I don't think I know it's not black, Doug. Oh, Sudoku will give me the digit in blood. Oh, excellent. Let's try Sudoku. Oh, -1. How do I know this isn't black? I think this could also be black. Like, I can just draw in what the loop would look like if that was black. And there is there has to be a black down here somewhere. Yeah, I just missed the minus when I was reading it. Let's see. 12 in 3 without a 1 must be a little restricted, but probably not super restricted. Does it need a 3 is the question. So it needs a 3, then there's a 3 in one of those cells, although that sounds a little bit tricky. Okay, so here we go. So the point here is this. So if I fill in this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... This isn't the 6 or the 9, and so in particular, the thing that J. Dyer is pointing out is that there's a 9 in one of these, and that 9 looks down, telling me that's not a 9, which means this is a 9, which means this is a 4. And now I feel like my killer calculator must really be humming if I have to make 12 in 3 without using 1 or 4. But I don't know exactly what that means. MicroStudy says it means it's 237. It's only 237. Okay, so if I don't use both the 2 and the 3, then the minimum I can get is 2 plus 5 plus 6, which is 13, right? So I have to use the 2 and the 3, and if I'm using the 2 and the 3, I better also be using the 7. Yep. So that's the 2. Those aren't 2. Good job, MicroStudy, for studying your things. These are both purple now because of that black cell, and in particular, this is the sort of purple that has to contain a loop. So that goes like this, and so the loop comes up here, and now the loop must come up there. because I can't close the loop. I wanted to fill in what these digits are just in case there's any free bonus Sudoku. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is the answer. No. Oh, well, this isn't an 8 cage, so it's definitely not a 9. And it can't be a 6 either, because if this was a 6, I would need for this cell to be a 2, which it can't. If this is a 5, I would need this cell to be a 3, which it suspiciously can. Otherwise, this is an 8, and that cell's a nothing. Okay. Garion says if I make this black, then I couldn't make the loop, so this has to be black, I think is what Garion is arguing. Yeah, the last box has to squeeze in here somewhere. And so there are now some cells that so these are now purple, for example, because I don't have 3 cells worth of width to put in. And so now these are certainly purple for the same reason. This connecting up and down is broken, right? Yeah, but I don't really want to argue the loop counting, but this connecting up and down is broken. So if I have to, I'll use that has to be a loop segment, but I'd rather not. So yeah, my box could look like that. Interestingly, my box can't look like that because it would create this giant dead end problem. It could maybe look like that. Maybe I'm not quite sure exactly what to do. I don't have that many black cells in the last row, Garion. There's only 1 more black cell in the last row, not 2. Oh, sorry, you said or. I see. So Garion is claiming if I look at it, this can't be black. Because of something with how these are connecting. So if neither of these are black, I guess the point is it ends up looking like this zigs down, then zigs up, then zigs across, and now this is black. Okay, so the thing I guess that Garion is proving is the way of proving an OR by saying if not this, then that. So if this cell is not black, then this zigs down to take the corner, zigs up, zigs across, and now this is a dead end, so it's black. And so Garion's point is this is never black, because if this isn't black, that is. So one of these two is always black, and so therefore this is that. That's complicated, but I like it. I am somewhat biased in favor of loop puzzles. Let's see. So we have that. It's an unconventional way to prove an OR, but I guess it's a useful way to prove an OR here. Oh, Jay Dyer says that you could also, rather than proving the positive, you could disprove the negative by imagining what happened if this was black, and looking at what the loop doing that did, and the loop doing that would have broken this. So that was a different proof. If you prefer the disproving something by imagining the other thing option, that is also possible. Let's see. So one of those is black, but I don't. So I think there has to be an arrow in one of these cells. Let's see. I know that this row is going to need to have green in it. Because if this row doesn't have green in it, I've squished green out of the entire region. So I think this cell, for example, is definitively green. But I don't know that I immediately... Okay, if that cell's definitively green, I guess I know that cell's definitively green. J. Dyer points out this is definitely purple, because if this was part of a region, my region would look like this, and that creates the problem that I now have only one way in to this this area over here, and you can't have a region with only one way in. That doesn't work. You need two ways in, so this cell, definitely purple. I think no, that doesn't happen also with that. Oh, yes. Also giant dead end. Good point. Also giant dead end up here. Easier to see than the complicated thing I said. That is a much nicer proof. Probably what Jay actually had in mind. Let's see. Do I have an arrow I'm not using? I'm wondering if I'm missing an arrow that I'm supposed to be looking at. Let's see. Purple? Tristan says purple. I don't know what Tristan means by purple. Like, this would be a really natural place to put the last region, I think, because then this would wrap around, there'd be two exits, everything looks nice. This would be a 5, that would be a 3. Life would go on. Is this a question about Sudoku on 3s? So the last 3, I guess, for these things is either in this row or in this row, but I don't know exactly what to do with that yet. Oh, maybe it's time to use purple in row 6. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so here's my argument here. If this connects vertically, so I'm just saying if these greens connect straight down like this, I've created this giant corridor here. And that giant corridor now has to be traversed by a loop going in here. But that's a problem because that's a third loop end now going in to join these two, and 3 loop ends are always going to have a third wheel or whatever you want to call it. They haven't yet learned to form a nice polycule together. So this can't go vertical like that. So, oops, that is not at all what I had in mind. So because this can't go purely vertical, we always end up getting this loop segment like that. Yeah, that was the thing that I was trying to avoid arguing before, because it's a little complicated and is the sort of thing that if someone is watching who hasn't done a lot of loop puzzles, I think is hard to follow. So let's see, what are we going to yes, as 57 Thorn says, and then it did nothing. Heartbreaking. I was really hoping that would do something. Yes. So that tells me that pregnant pause. I knoweth not. Okay. This has been a sweet puzzle, though. I really like this. Okay. dumediat says, how to see if the setter did not see that logic, is if you do that, and then, yeah, I guess Fog of War makes that really clear, because if you make a complicated deduction and get no reward for it, then the setter must not have intended that, that deduction. And I do feel like this puzzle is aimed at, like, 3-star Sudoku people who have not done a lot of pencil puzzles, and I feel like that deduction that we made there is definitely not in that audience's sort of space, which is why I was trying to avoid it. Because I feel like it must be the case that we need a clue to resolve this, because I think this actually could resolve either way. So I think by uniqueness, there's going to need to be a clue up in this column, because I don't think I could put a clue. Oh, maybe I could fit a 1 like exactly there or something. Let's see. Garion believes row 5, column 3 to row 5, column 4 needs to be a loop segment. So if that's not a loop segment, then this loop does that. Is this going to create a problem once I sort of follow through what happens to all of these things? Yeah, so now the question is, this cell, I guess, could still be a black dot in that universe. I mean, it shouldn't be that shocking, Alethana, given that I did set that whole modern romance puzzle and got Simon to say thruple over and over again. I definitely have to say, when I set modern romance, I definitely did not imagine that CTC would pick it up and do it. Let's see. Garion says, I've isolated the loop end in column 1. Okay, so if I do this... yes, because now by doing this... Okay, that's very smart. I think the odds that dumediat is going to say, yes, that this was the intended deduction are low, but it's beautiful. If I do that, then now this green gets pushed up here, and now this doesn't work. So, in fact, I can't do that, and so that means I always have a loop segment going that way. Okay, and now we have at long last found... oh, that was intended. Okay, so we now have found this this thing here. So by the fact that this is an 11 cage, this cell needs to be at least 2, but by just looking at the column, it's at most 2, so therefore this digit is in fact 2. In particular, this is green, and this is purple. And this is a 9. Let's not forget that that's a 9. And this is a black. Let's not forget that either, because of the 2. And so, therefore, this is now green. Sorry, not green. This is now loop, is what I meant to say. So we get that. And so this loop continues over here. This is a corner, so this loop continues up. Don't close the loop. Don't close the loop. And we get all of that happening over there. So we have that. And now this box, actually, if you look at it, it can't extend all the way left, and it can't extend all the way right, so the box does exactly that. Now, if I don't have... So, in particular, everything else is purple. So let me do that before I explain why this has to happen. Well, I guess I can just explain it in a way that doesn't even involve doing anything fancy. Where does this loop go? It goes up and up and up and over and over and over and over and down and down and down. Then I don't have to explain anything. This now does that. So we've got all of that. Okay, so now... Now my 8 cage needs an 8 to sum to 8. So we've got that. These aren't 9 because there's already a 9 in the region. I just didn't fill it in. Let's see. What did I do? Oh, no. Sorry. That cell is in the region. I looked at that one for some reason. No, sorry. This is a 3... This is a 3, and that's a 5, and so that's a 7 and a 3. That's a 6, and that's an 8. That's better. We will say better. So this is 4, 6, or 1, 9, and it's not 1, 9, so this is always 4, 6. And so this is 6, 8, or 5, 9, but it's not 6, 8, so it is 5, 9. And so we know the order, actually. That's a 5, and that's a 9. Oh, I can de-purple the cells under the loop, by the way. That will make people happy, I believe. And so that 5, 9 looked over here, making that a 7 and a 5, making that a 9, making these less 9 than they once were. So now, if neither of these is a 4, these are a 6, 8 with a 1. Okay, so that works. Okay, so this digit has to be odd is the point, because these add to an even total and the whole cage adds to an odd total. What odd is it? Well, it's not 3 and it's not 5, and it's surely not 7, because if this was a 7, the minimum sum of these two is a 10, and we're already at 17. So the only thing this can be is a 1. How to desperately avoid complicated killer calculations with zetamath. So these now add to 14, and so they can't have a 4 in them, and so they're 8 and 6 and 4, making that 4 and 6 and 8, and 5 and 4 and 6. This is a 3, 4, 5, 6. These are 7 and 8. So that's a 7, and that's an 8. That's a 9, and that's a 7. That's an 8, and that's a 4. And now the Sudoku is done. And now we just have to think about what's going on with our friend, the loop. This loop cell only has one place it can go, so it can go down. This loop now only has one place to go, so it can go down. This loop now has only one place it can go, so it can go down. If I close this loop here, I now need 3 blacks. That's not going to work, so that comes up here. Now this must turn left. If this turns up, it now goes into a dead end, which means that now we can finish our coloring. So this is no longer purple, and this actually is black. And I believe we finished the puzzle there. Not just right, but absolutely right. That was a wonderful puzzle, dumediat. Very well done. That was sweet. What a journey. I really actually like this Dyer deconstruction with a bigger grid, because it addresses sort of the main thing that I always find to be sort of slightly an issue with the Dyer deconstructions, that there's the sort of combinatorial forced thing that ends up making it a little bit too, like, knife fighting in a phone boothy. And so this idea of having this loop going around it, super cool. Loved that. A+, take a bow. And very gentle up until the very end. This part, oops, no, please stop. There we go, okay. I started randomly drawing loop in the grid. This idea of sort of filling in the complement of the Dyer thing with a Yajilin was inspired and very cool. I would not at all be surprised to see more people set puzzles that take either this exact idea or slight variations of this idea to set some cool stuff, because this was super fun. And I felt like it stayed pretty close to 3-star for me in difficulty until this, like, very last step, which maybe if I just stared at it a bit, it would have become clear to me what was happening. Because I was trying not to just sort of draw in possibilities, but the deduction was cool, to be clear, just that. And yes, thank you very much to Chameleon. This was a gorgeous sort of implementation of making the software work. All right, I am going to take a short break, and I will be back with another puzzle in just a moment. So be right back. welcome back, folks. Although, as is always pointed out, you didn't actually go anywhere. I went somewhere, so you should be welcoming me back. But somehow that's harder to say. Like, I could just show up and be like, okay, everyone, welcome me back. Alrighty, so what we have here is we have a puzzle that we're going to get to put 2 5s in right away. So this is Trek in the Fog by Florian Wortmann. So we have normal Sudoku rules, thermos, and consecutive pairs, which means white dots, but not all white dots are given. Boxes 5 and 7 are magic squares. So let me go ahead and mark that with sort of a purple ring. This is a magic square. That is box 5. And this is a magic square. That is box 7. And so what does being a magic square mean? Being a magic square means that every row, column, and diagonal sums to 15. And so in particular, whatever this digit is, there have to be 4 different ways to make 15 minus that digit as a sum of 2 numbers. And so what that means is this digit can only be a 5. And so we get to bring out our digit dancing penguin for this. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And so similarly, this is also a 5. Oh, and it's part of the way along a thermo, so this is a 1, 2, 3, or 4. And so this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9, because these two, remember, have to add to 10. And so the other thing about the other thing to know about magic squares, if you just want to quote the standard knowledge, is that the corners always have to be even. I'm trying to decide if there is if there's a cute proof for that, or if it's sort of a thing. I guess I'll use it. So in every magic square, and so when Ranks streams, he just has a magic square that he just draws on his head that just shows you that every magic square looks like one of these things just rotated. There's only one way to do it, up to rotation and reflection. So this is not a 1. It's not a 9 either. And so therefore this is a 3 and that's a 7. So this is an 8 or a 9. So this is a 7, 8, or 9. These aren't 7. These aren't 8. Because there's an 8 on this dot, if that was not clear. It probably wasn't, because I outright did not say it. And so incorrect pencil marks in box 7. Why are there 4s? Why are there 4s? What were the 4s supposed to be? I have no earthly idea what was going on. Oh, wait, it was fine. Oh, I added 4. Okay, so everything was fine. I just added 4s when I went to take out the thing. Okay, so 8 there sees that neither of these are 8. Okay. This isn't a 2 either, because of that. And so because this is now a 4 or a 6, this is a 4 or a 6, because these two have to add to 10, and so therefore that is a 2, and that is an 8. Where did I add a 6 in box? Why is there a 6 in box? I don't know. It's best not to think about it. So this digit is a minimum of a 6, because this is a minimum of 4, so this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. Oh, and it's not a 9, because there's at least one more along the line. So this is a 7, 8, or a 9, and it's not a 7, seemingly, so this is an 8 or a 9. So it is meant for me to do some algebra stuff to figure out 2 plus 7 plus what? Let's see. I'm trying to see if anyone in chat has figured out what the solving... Because everyone in chat wants me to solve for x. 2 plus 7 plus x equals 15. I guess this has to be 6 if I have to do it myself. So that's a 4. And now people are probably going to want to solve 2 plus 4 plus 1 or 9 equals 15. And they're probably going to want me to, in my head, do that. That's a 9 and that's a 1. So that's an 8 and that's a 7. So these are not 7 or 3. So these are not 1 or 9. These aren't 8. So we've got that. That's not an 8, so that's not a 2. This certainly isn't an 8 because it's on a white dot with a digit on a thermo. So this is only 4 or 6. So this is only 4 or 6. And so therefore these aren't 2 or 8. Oops, not 2 or 8. Sorry. Therefore these aren't 4 or 6. Sorry. So therefore these are 2 and 8. There's been some very clever use of magic squares there. Okay, so if this is an 8, this can't be a 9 because 8 plus 9 is already too big. So that's a 1 and that's a 9. 2 plus 9 is 11, so that's a 4. So that's a 6 because they have to add to 10 together. 4 plus 8 is 12, so that's a 3 and that's a 7. This is a 3 or a 5, because of that. Oh, Tristan had a better way. It would repeat 6 in the row if we had row 4, column 4 being a 6, because that would have to be a 6 and a 5 and a 6. Okay, that is very cute. I do like Tristan's way better. But alas, we are sadly out. So this is an 8 or a 9 because it can't be a 7 and it's consecutive with an 8 or a 9. But Sven has actually identified for us that 8 means that that's a 9 and that's an 8. So this isn't an 8 anymore. So there's a 9 in this box in one of these two cells, but it's not before a 3 or a 5 on a thermo. So the 9 is in fact, Oh, it's because I just outright, how did I... We won't talk about it. We don't talk about it. We just go ahead and fill in the 9 where it belongs and just go on with our lives. The 9 can't go there because it would put an 8 there, and that would be a problem. Let's see. Just talk through it. That's what they tell you in Streamer College, I suppose. Let's see. So we've got a 1 in one of these cells. Doesn't seem... fantastic. That's not the 1. If this were a 1, that would be a 2. I should use my logic on the 8. Yes. Clearly, that is what I saw and intended to do and then just got confused. That can't be the 8, so therefore that's the 8. So that's the 9, because I'm not putting the 9 in the bulb of the thermo, most likely, in most circumstances at least. So one of these two is an 8. Fun fact, if that one's the 8, that one's not the 1. So we have an 8 over here somewhere going on. We have a 9 in this box somewhere. We've got a 7 over here. 3 in this box is in one of these two cells. Yeah, 8 is over in one of these. I think, yes, 7 is over in one of these. Let's see. So if this is a 3, this would go 2, 1. Is that a problem? I don't think so. So the question is really, where does the 1 go in this box? Because there's a 1 there. So Carl is pointing this out. 1 can't go in any of these places. If I put a 1 here, I put a 2 here, which is a disaster. So in fact, I was about to say, so in fact, I have to put the 1 there. But no, in fact, I have to put the 1 there. Where am I now putting 2 in this column? There. So Sayori's point is, there's already a 2 here, so therefore this can't be a 3, because it would make that a 2. So that's a 5. And so now this is a number that's between 1 and 5. So it's 2, 3, or 4, but it's not 2 or 4. So this is now only a 3. So that's only a 1. This is ye old 6-7 pair, like you do. So these are a quad. Mark will happily provide for us. And so remember, there's a 6-7 pair. And so wait, do I have every digit in the puzzle? I should. Okay, so this is a 2. That's a 4. There's too many. Okay, so I think Mark screwed this up somehow. Let me do it myself, because I think something went wrong with marking. Mark behaves oddly if you don't have every digit already placed in the grid. So I need a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5. That's the point. And so of those, this one's only 2, that one's only 5, this one's only 4, and that one's only 3. I don't know if it was Mark or me there. It could have gone either way. That's a 6, so that's a 7 and a 6. So now I have put every digit in the grid, so now I can certainly mark these and see that this is a 1 or a 9, but there's already a 9 on this thermo, and you can't repeat digits on thermos because these aren't slow thermos, so that's a 1 and that's a 9. This number has to be between 1 and 9. This number is a 3, 4, or 5 that comes after this number, so therefore this is a 2. This number is at least as big as 4, so we can go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and it's not 6, 7, or 8, and it's not a 9, because there still is yet more to come in this thermo. And so this number is at least 5, so it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but of those, only 8 is available, so that is an 8, and these aren't, and therefore that's a 7, and that's an 8. This can't be a 5 anymore because that can't be bigger than 5. So that's not the 5. So this is a 3 or a 4. That's a 4 or a 5. That's not a 7 anymore. So it's a 9 because that's the only number that's consecutive with 8. This has been very smooth. Let's see. This number is between 5 and 7. And so if you look at Sudoku rules out all of the options but 6. So we have that. Let's go ahead and corner mark all of these. So that's a 6. That's definitely not a 7. That's definitely not a 2, but it's also consecutive with 6. So it had better be the 7. So we've got that. Let's see. So we can mark all of these cells, probably productively, possibly, maybe. Okay, so this can't be an 8 because I need a 1 or 2 here. So the 8 is in fact there. Great. This digit's a 1, 2, or 3, but it's not a 3, so this can only be a 1, 2. So this is the forbidden 1, 2 pair from Ambrose's puzzle that we have been thinking about this whole time. And so therefore that's a 4. Therefore none of these are 4s. Therefore one of these is a 4. We do have to prioritize cuteness. Let's see, row 7, column 9 says Carl is not a 3. That's very cute, because if this were a 3, these would be a 4, 5, and break that cell. I love it. That is very cute thermo stuff. I first saw that trick in the Jovi thermo puzzle that was called something like Gravity. Maybe it was actually called Gravity. Although it was a Jovi puzzle that was entirely about coloring, so I don't think we're going to be getting any more of those anytime soon. I seem to have 1s corner marked in this box that I have then completely ignored by penciling 1 in there, so that's 2 and that's a 1. Sometimes it pays to ignore your pencil marks. We can probably mark the rest of the grid and probably get something. So for example, we got that that's a 9 and that's a 6. This is a 1, 3, 5 triple, so none of these are 5 or 3. Or 3, I said. Come on, can't you hook up to the microphone Sudoku pad? That would be really nice. So that's a 3, 4, 5 triple, so therefore that's the 1. So none of these are 1. Those aren't 6. Let's see. So yeah, we've got a 6 over here for sure. I'm debating if this being a 4 is going to break in some superficial way. I do not think so. I should only put numbers here that are even and consecutive with 5 or 7, so certainly 3 and 9 are not such numbers. This can only be 4 or 8, points out Carl. This is a 1, 3, 4 triple, and so therefore that is an 8, and therefore that's a 7 by white dottage. So no 7 goes there, no 7 goes up here. This is a 3, 4, 5, 6 quad, and so therefore that's a 9. Here is the tree. We have found the tree, so we can put the tree under the tree on top of the word tree. So there we go. So that is not a 9, and so therefore that is a 9. So we can do that. So we have that. The power of being a streamer is that you make an offhanded comment about a trans pride flag tree, and then you have one 30 minutes later. Was a very good idea, Ace of Spades, and it has already happened. Yes, thank you, Elithana, for the trans rights tree. Let's see. Okay, so probably we have some sort of oople going away. Yeah, I should probably take the pencil marks off. Now, where is row 6, column 7 in column 8? Yes. So this digit in column 8, it's being pointed out, is there. No, sorry, is there. So therefore, this digit can't be a 6. Very smart. I'm sure it did something. Yes, it got us the 6 in the column can now only go here. So that's not a 6. So now the 2 in this column can only go in one of these 2 cells, and so therefore that's not a 2. Oh, that's almost a 3, 4, 5, 7. Okay, so these are a 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 quintuple. That's what I've discovered. I will let you figure out what to do with that. These are a 1, 2, 4, 5 quadruple, though, so that's a 7. And that's a 4. So that's a 2 and a 4. So these are both 5s, in fact, so we need to make sure this number is less than 5. That's a 1, a 3, and a 5. That's a 3 and a 2 and a 5. It's a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5. It's a 1, a 2, and a 3 and a 4 and a 7. Quick finish the coloring before we finish the puzzle. And our bet tree is a 6. So congratulations to all of the 6 bettors. May all of your betting tree wishes come true. Excellent. I don't think we've had a 6 betting tree in a bit. Actually, I guess now we have the spreadsheet, so we can actually find out how long it's been since we've had the 6 betting tree. Yes, very smooth, very nice. Huge thumbs up for me on that one. MicroStudy's puzzle is up next. But when Tristan set up, Tristan did not believe I would get through this many puzzles today, so I need to go find it. So I will be right back in a moment. We have had very smooth sailing today, I must say. So I will be right back with MicroStudy's puzzle. Thanks for the puzzle, Florian. That was great. Is this meant to be a tree? I can't quite tell. Anyway, I will be right back. Oh, and I'll press my button on here rather than over there to be right back. Alrighty, welcome back. Next up, we have a MicroStudy puzzle. So MicroStudy has provided us a big puzzle, but also a tutorial, and I figure we might as well start with the tutorial, because the tutorial is a 4x4. So we'll understand the rules afterwards, perhaps. Normal 4x4 rules, so we need to put the digits 1 through 4 in every row, column, and box. Normal arrows. Normal killer cages. But we also have what are called contract killer cages, which I have no earthly idea what that is. Every killer in the cage... Wait. Every killer cage in the grid is also a valid contract killer cage. Contract killer cages must have exactly 2 non-zero values. The top leftmost value points to a row in the grid, and the bottom rightmost value points to a column. Wait. But how can it both have repeated digits and not have repeated digits? Because it says that digits in killer cages don't not repeat, but then also it says they are contract killer things and they have to repeat. The order priority is given to the topmost value. Okay, so no, they don't repeat. Because it says they need to only have 2 values, and if I can only put 2 values in a 3-cell cage, then I need to repeat a value, right? 2 non-zero values. The top leftmost value points to a row in the grid, and the bottom rightmost value points to a column. I don't understand what this is saying. Is this telling me? No, it can't be telling me where I'm pointing to a 4. It doesn't say anything about when something is 0 that I can see. I've read the whole thing. Oh no, there's more! There's more! Okay, good. I had not realized that it scrolled. I was like, I feel thoroughly, unprepared based on this, but no, it scrolls. Okay, good. So the row and column coordinates from a contract killer cage combine to target a single cell in the grid. That said cell is assassinated and its value is multiplied by 0. No 2 contract killer cages may target the same cell. All cells with a value of 0 are counted as assassinated and must have a corresponding contract killer cage. Okay. Please note the digits mean the actual number in the cell, and the values mean their numerical value, which may or may not be affected by other cells. Okay, and so even for purposes of the arrow, we have something happening here. So I think the first thing to note is that this 7 cage must be 3-4, and I can't assassinate anything in a 3-4 cage. So I'm going to mark as unassassinated these in gray. And the point is I can't assassinate either of these, so I can't make this 3-4. It must be 4-3. We'll save the dance for the real puzzle. And so that means this digit is assassinated. We'll make it red to say that. So this digit counts as 0 for purposes of this cage. Did I understand that correctly? Let's make sure that MicroStudy agrees that I understood the thing I was supposed to understand out of this. Okay, so I understood that correctly. And there's no rules about, like, repeating in rows or columns or anything, right? About assassinated. I can assassinate things that... yes, you did come into a Sudoku murder, but welcome, Smarkus. So yeah, I don't get to do, like, the doubler thing of, like, oh, so one of these is assassinated or whatever. So yeah, the assassinated cells can go anywhere. But yeah, so there's going to be 2 more assassinated cells, one for this and one for this. Is there going to be 1, 2? Okay, well, I can't assassinate the bulb of a thermo, or sorry, the bulb of an arrow. If I try and assassinate the bulb of the arrow, that's not going to work. 3 does not have to be 1 plus 2, Carl, because it could be 3 plus 0. 3 plus 0 would be fine. Why do I know the other cells in the 4 cage are not assassinated? I don't think that's true. Has exactly 2 non-zero values. Okay, so, right. So, sorry. Okay, so has exactly 2 non-zero values. So the point is that because of that, I need to make sure that these aren't the thing. Because this is already zeroed, and so these can't be 0. And so this is 3 and 1, and I know the order. Now I have to read the killer cage rules again. Okay, digits in a killer cage may not repeat. So because this is a 1, this really can't be a 1, so that's a 2, and that's a 1. Okay, and so now I have to read what this does. The top leftmost value points to a row, and the bottom rightmost value points to a column. Okay, so the 2 just doesn't count for purposes of where this is annihilating. So this is annihilating row 1, column 3. So this counts as 0. This digit is a 4. These are a 1 and a 2, so that's a 2 and that's a 1. And so this is referring to row 1, column 2. So therefore that is assassinated as well. And so this must not be assassinated, or we'd have a problem. I mean, I guess now we know all the assassinated cells, so none of those are assassinated. And so now would be a good time to mark. And so now we get that that's a 3 and a 3 and a 1 and a 4 and a 2 and a 4. Okay, I think I understand how this is going to work now. I needed to read this about 18 times to understand it, but it feels fairly. I think this is something that's intuitive once you do it enough. Okay, so now we get to do the same thing. With exactly the same rules, but also Fog of War now. Yes, the making the example was definitely correct. Is there a tree hidden already, or do I need to plant a tree myself, MicroStudy? This needs to be 8, 9, and it's assassinating one of these 2, but it can't be assassinating this cell, because if it is assassinating this cell, that would not work. So it's assassinating that cell, and that is row 9, column 8. So this needs to be a 9 and an 8, and we get to do the 9 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo! Woo! Ba-doop-ba-doop-boop-boo! Ba-doop-boo! Ba-doop-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba- tree. You can certainly random a tree. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Okay. Neither of these cells can be assassin. No, that's not true, because that one does that. Oh, except I put it in backwards. This is row 8, column 9. After very carefully talking about it. So all of these have to be assassinated is the point. Because this arrow, now, if I don't assassinate either of these, then it's putting the same digit in the box twice. And if I assassinate one of them, then the arrow is just wrong. So I need to assassinate both of those. This is certainly a 1-2. But again, we have a similar thing here where this is referring to one of these two, but it can't be that one. So this must be assassinating row 2, column 1. And now these have to be 3, 4. Right, these have to be 3, 4 because I need 2 non-zero values. That is a smart point. So MicroStudy is suggesting if I already know where the cage assassinates the thing, I should mark it with an X. And so 2, 1 I know, and row 8, column 9 I know. These other two I do not know. Okay, so, and so that is row 4, column 3, or row 3, column 4. I don't think I yet know which of those has been assassinated. Row 5, column 8. Done. Okay, so, these cells I know aren't assassinated. I should also be remembering to mark cells I know aren't assassinated. So I know these aren't assassinated. I know those aren't assassinated. And so I think I know these two aren't assassinated because if either of them was, I would be repeating a value in the box. So these are both not assassinated. And so this digit must be at least 3 plus 5, so it can only be an 8 or a 9. So we've got that going on. Since the which of these is marked with an X is only slightly relevant, I figured the deeper red that sort of doesn't ruin the aesthetic was probably nicer. Oh, that's an interesting point from Nebu. You can never assassinate things on the diagonal that looks like this because it would need to have two values and you can't have two values. Or sorry, it would need to have the same value twice, which you cannot do. So these cells are all safe from being assassination targets. Is this digit always a 5? I think this digit's always a... No, this digit is a 5 or a 6. And so these are from 5, 6, 8, 9. 4 cage. So if neither of these is assassinated, that is a 4. Otherwise, all of these are assassinated and they can't... Oh, right. So that's the point. That's the point. This is not assassinated, so these can't both be assassinated. And so, nor can one of them be assassinated, so they actually are both safe. They're the only two non-zero values in this cage, and therefore this is a 4. And these are a 1, 3. Sorry, that's not a 1, 3. Let's try again. Those are a 1, 3. And so this digit is either assassinated or it's 1, 3. Oh, right. I can actually think about whether it's 3, 1 or 1, 3 because it's going to be describing something, and I am at the top. So no matter what I put down here, it's not going to change the topmost, leftmost digit in the cage. Because my cage is not large enough... Oh, crap. My cage is large enough to do that. No, I think it's... I don't think I know... I don't... Well, I guess Sorry, I do know, regardless of what... I don't think I know what order... No. Okay, the top left digit can't be the 3. Because if the top left digit was the 3, that would have a problem. Actually... I don't think the statement that I can't do things on the diagonal was correct. Because I think what I could have... So I think we screwed up. So I think what we could have is I think we could have a cage that did something like this. It could have 2 values in it. And that's fine, because let's just say those values are 1 and 3. Then I could repeat the value. Oh, digits don't repeat. Right, okay, sorry. It's the digits don't repeat is the part. Okay. Because I was thinking this whole time when it was saying values can't repeat that I was thinking I could repeat the 1 and the 3. Okay, right, okay. Now I'm back to believing this. Okay, so certainly, though, this is the topmost leftmost. And so in light of that, I don't have to worry about this. I could just make this a 1 and a 3. Assassinating that cell. And therefore, these cells are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So therefore this cell must be killed. Because oh, and I can X this cell. Because that's hit by this. So, and in fact, the cell below it also, because I can't repeat digits, so I need to kill the things. Now I could also kill both of these, presumably. Huh. Okay. My pencil marks in box 9 are missing a 7. How did that happen? I don't know. Oh, it's because I didn't pencil mark this cell at all. That's how I missed the 7. But this one can't be 7. And this one can't be 7 either. Okay, so now... Carl says this has to be 7. I have no idea how that could possibly be deducible. From this point. I must be missing something. I still don't understand why that that means anything. Oh, right. Right, okay, sorry. Yes. Okay, I get it now. I'm only summing 2 digits, is the point. And so the sum of those 2 digits is 16. And so this has to be a 7 or a 9. Okay, good. So that's a 7. Got it. Okay. So now this digit must be assassinated because this arrow is now summing to at least 10 if it's not. So this is assassinated. In order to make this arrow not break. This is only a 1 or a 2. Do I know that there's no pill arrows, hopefully? No one would do that to me, right? Yes, all arrow sums are contained in 1 cell. Good. Okay. In fact, this just must be the circle of the arrow, because if this wasn't the circle of the arrow, now the arrow sums to at least 10. So this is the circle, and so it's an 8 or a 9, and I can go ahead and just put in a circle there to say I know that's where the circle of the arrow is. Okay, this must be not assassinated because there need to be 2 not assassinated digits here. I knew it wasn't killed, Gary, and it was already marked as being unassassinated. It's on everything on the main diagonal is not assassinated. Because that would require repeating in something. No, row 5, column 5 cannot be dead because it's on the main diagonal. This can't be assassinated because of that. I acknowledge that my gray for is not assassinated looks suspiciously like the gray for Fog of War, and I probably could have done better, but I wanted something that sort of like made the bloody mess look like a bloody mess. So that was why I was that is why I was trying to preserve that. So this is referring to something in column 1 or 2, but I don't know a lot about column 1 or 2 yet. Okay, I know this goes up. I mean, this arrow could go on forever, I think, basically. As far as I'm able to discern, at least. Right. I don't know where the 9 is, but Garion points out, I know there's a 9 in here, and so I know it is row 7, column 9 that this cage is eliminating. So there's a 9 in here somewhere. Agree with that. But it seems to me like this could potentially be a quite large cage. Ah! Do I know that row 3, column 4 isn't killed? How do I know? Oh, no, row 4, column 3. I know that row 4, column 3 isn't killed, because I've marked that it's not killed. And so, therefore, this can't be 4, 3. This must be 3, 4. And so, therefore, that is killed, is the point. Very good. And so now this is killed, and we can mark where it's killed by. So all of these things in 2-cell cages cannot be victims. Okay, so I probably just need to exhaust all the possibilities for this. So this isn't 2 or 4, so this is 2 or 4. Okay, so this is either killing row 2, column 3, which would... No, it can't be killing row 2, column 3, Zeta. Row 2, column 3 is putting a 3 on an arrow that sums to 2. So that's a 4 and a 1, and it kills that cell. We don't talk about it, we just go on. So lots of these need to be assassinated. They got some killing to do. Right. These two need to sum to 13, and they're 3 apart. So this is saying x plus 3 equals 13, and so x is 5. And so this is 5 and 8, and so that's a 9. So none of those are 5. So we get that. I knew the order of the 7 and the 9 because I already knew this wasn't a 9 because there was a 9 in the box. Okay, now the algebra is intensifying because now I'm supposed to solve 9 equals x plus 7. Was never going to see that. So now we're talking about row 2 somewhere. So these are both gray, by the way, because they're in a 2-cell cage. And they're not 1, 7, and they're not 2, 6. So these are 3, 5, and let's see if I know the order. So row 3, column 5, I do not know. Row 5, column 3, I do not know. Okay, so I don't know the order yet, but I do know that they are 3 and 5. To make that work. These both must be assassinated because this is all the 16 cage, and I only get 2 of the same digit, so those both need to be assassinated. So row 3, column 5 does need killin', as they say. Let's see, Alima says, I know the death of row 8, column 5. Oh, right. This is an 8-5 cage. It killed row 8, column 5. Yes, thank you. I don't know why. My brain just cannot handle this rule set. I think somehow my brain would be unable to do this without chat, so thank you for being here. So these are, again, from 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's not a 4, so... That one's not a 4, so that one's not a 1. This one's not a 3, so that one's not a 2. So this is either killing row 2, column 3, which is plausible, or row 4, column 1, which it can't, because row 4, column 1's already killed. So this is killing row 2, column 3. Already done, been killed, as they say in the business. So... Yes. I said so, like I had another point, but I don't in fact have another point. Oh, row 8, column 5 can also be X'd, because not only do we know it's killed, we know who killed it. We have solved the murder. Okay. I know... No, I don't. I don't know that that's not a 9. I know that one of these is a 2. Yeah, once a Sudoku puzzle starts using the word value, you know things are about to get bad. Someone was saying something about the box 9 arrow, but do I have any way of knowing what's going on with the box 9 arrow? If I do, I would love to hear it. Hey, Mavir. Oh, because it's not 4 plus 6. Right. So this arrow is either 4 plus 5 or 4 plus 6, and it's not 4 plus 6, so it's 4 plus 5, and that's a 9. Got it. Yes. That is maybe the sort of thing that I could have figured out, possibly someday. It's definitely the sort of thing I should have been able to possibly figure out maybe someday. Whether that was actually ever going to happen, I do not know. My brain does not always brain goodly. Let's see. I hopefully now have enough digits in the grid that Mark can mark correctly. So these cells aren't 3 or 5, and that one's not 5. Well, that sure didn't help. Except in one very pathological circumstance, this cell needs to get killed. I wish I knew this cell wasn't a 3. I think if I knew this cell wasn't a 3, I would know it needed killing, but what are you going to do? Okay, this again is in column 2, but I don't know a lot about murder in column 2. I mean, I guess I know it's not one of those digits at the very least. So it's at least 4 that this kills, just by that. I could do the 15 cage in box 6. So it's not 6, 9. So it's 7, 8, right. Right, so I don't know where the 7 and 8 are, but I know that there's a 7 and an 8 in here, which means I know that there's an 8 over here just by Sudoku. And the 7 and 8, do I know the order? So row 7, column 8 would be there. Row 8, column 7 would be there. So I do know that this is the one that does that guy. Or gal. We can be egalitarian in our murders. So it is row 7, column 8. So therefore that's not the 7 and that's not the 8. To do that. Oh, right. The 7 and 8 need to be unkilled, and I can't have an unkilled 7 or 8 on an arrow that adds to 4, is J. Dyer's excellent point. So this is the cell that needs killing. And there we go. And so... so we've got that. Ranks will be very sad with you for doing that. Okay, so now that this arrow doesn't leave the box, this can't be unkilled. Because the only way that this 4 arrow is going to have a 2 on it is if it was 1 + 2 + 1, but I can't have 2 1s in the box. So now this needs to be killed. This needs to be unkilled, and it's a 3. Which means that this is a 9. That was very generous. I fill in the 3, and I immediately get the next digit. And so that's row 9, column 3. You are unfortunately passed away now. It's very violent. So we have all of this. These are a 2. Oh, so the 2 in this box goes here for sure, just by Sudoku. So no 2 down here. So 6, 7, and 9 are gone. So this is not 6 or 9. This is now only 4, 5, or 8. Let's see. Mark can do this triple for us. This is apparently a 6. And this is a 5, 6, or 9. Let's see. This column needs marking. This column too. And actually this column too. Why not? Mark it all. Mark it all. Okay, so these aren't 6 or 7. That's not 6. So that's a 3, 4, 5 triple. So these aren't 5. Those are 6 and 7. Don't look too closely at column 8 or you'll ruin the surprise. So there's some sort of 3, 4, 5 combination. I hope I don't have to exhaust all the possibilities to figure out what's going on here. I probably will be able to figure it out later. Let's see. So what else do we have here? Okay. So it's being pointed out that the 9 in this box definitely goes here. I don't know if it gets us very much. I can fill in these cells. Yeah, let's fill in this box. That's the key. Let's fill in this box. And so there's I have to remember there's a 3, 5 pair in this box. So those aren't 3 or 5. That's not 5. What about this row? Ew. Oh, this is a 1, 4, 6 triple, so that's a 7. So that's something. So this is 4, 5, or 8, and it's not a 4, so this is only a 5 or an 8. There's definitely a 6 in one of these 2 cells. I guess I can mark these. So I know none of these are 6 because of the 6 being corner marked here. Oh, I missed 1. These are supposed to be 1. Oops. Oh, this one could... No, this one even could be 1, right? Yeah, I think I just before didn't mark 1 into this box, even though it needs a 1 in it. I believe. If we can have an arrow that sums to 0, we can definitely have an arrow that sums to 1. Oh, row 1, column 2, not killed. Okay, got it. So, Right. Okay. I did actually pencil mark this correctly because I used the fact that I knew something about what was getting killed in the column to rule that out. But then I assumed something that was just nonsense when I then went to do that better. I'm noticing weird things like this digit in this column might become interesting if I squint long enough. Not necessarily S markers. Yeah, they can all be killed like happens in box 9. But it requires something very specific. And I'm probably running out of cages to have enough things be killed to have another arrow that just itself dies. Yeah, 9 in column 6 points out. Sayori goes here. So row 9, column 2, column 4, or column 6, all of which are available for killing, unfortunately. We're going to go ahead and fill those in. So weirdly, one of these is 2. I don't super want to pencil mark it, but I'm going to anyway. Oh. Fair point. I probably should now figure out which combination here, because I looked very carefully at which of those cells could be killed, but if I actually look carefully at which of these combinations adds to 13, the only one that works is for that to be a 4, 6, 1, 2, 1. There we go. And so this has become a 5, a 3, and a 4. It is the 3 that must die out of this cage. Sorry, 3. And row 4, column 5 now, we know the killer. So this is a 4, that's a 5, that's an 8 and a 1, and a 2 and a 4, and a 3 and a 6, and an 8 and a 6, and a 2 and an 8. So suddenly lots of stuff happening. Okay, so now this arrow needs to have 2 unkilled cells on it. And so I need to sum 1 plus x equals 8. So this is now a 7. These two digits add to 15, and one of them is 6 or 9. So the other one is 6 or 9. Or orange, take your pick. 6, 9, or orange is what this cell is. So that looks up and makes that a 2. Giving me a 5, 6 pair, which looks down and makes this a 9 and a 6 and a 9. And so now 6, 9... Row 6, column 9, that has killed this 2. This is a 2. Oh, there's a contract on row 9, column 4. Right, there is a contract on row 9, column 4. Why not 3, 5 killed from box 3? Because the unkilled digits need to add to 9, J40. The reason that I miss every time I look at one of these, somehow that time was the only time in my life I actually looked at one of these. These are both unkilled. I'm realizing the targeting of the betting tree was a bit of unfortunate theming for this particular puzzle. Let's see. So these are some digits. Sure are. Let's see. These are some digits. So therefore, this is a 6, if I believe Mark, which of course I always do. So that's a 7 and a 6. And so these are a 1 and a 4. Oh, this is a 1. Oh, this is a 1 or a 4 for the column, but it's only a 4 for the row. So that's a 4 and a 1 and a 4. Yeah, did I get my 5/8 somewhere? Am I missing the 5/8? Or is this going to have to be the 5/8? Do I have my 2/9? I don't have my 2/9 yet either, I don't think. Unless I'm missing it. 9 in box 8. Ah, 9 in box 8 is only there. So 9 in box 8, that gives me the row 2, column 9. So now we have handled that one. Deforestation is a problem. Let's see. So let's mark this collection of cells, making this a 7 and an 8 and a 1 and a 5. That gives me my row 5, column 8. We will lovingly put a circle around the bet tree. And then that 7 looks over there and gives me a 3 and a 7. Did I ever off the 6? When did I off the 6? That's the row 3, column 5. Got it. Okay, so I'm going to end up, because now I've used every cage except this one. And so if I've used every cage except this one has to be row 3, column 5 to get rid of the 6. So there's a 7 and a 3. Oh, no, this cage hasn't been used yet. Sorry, that's wrong. Sorry, there's another cage. But this one certainly can't be 3/5 because it looks at the 3/5. So my argument was correct if I thought about it hard enough, but I did not. So 5 and 1 and 6 and 7 and 6 and 5. And let's go ahead and gray everyone who survives. Very interesting rule set here. This reminds me slightly of a dress book, which is a puzzle I set that was killer cages that also give you coordinates and values of things. So an interesting take on indexing. So, there's an X. Wait, we're missing an X. Oh, row 5, column 1. No. Oh no, where's the missing X? Row 5, column 1 is already killed. Oh, I'm just missing the X. I'm not missing the red. I see. And so our bet tree, 2, 3, 4, is a 5. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Very neat idea. I bet there's a lot more fun stuff that you could do with this idea as well. Please do not make one with pill arrows. That is my only request. Alrighty. Well, I'm going to take a short break, and then we've got time to come back with some 6x6s. So I will be right back. Let's see. Where's my be right back button? There's my be right. welcome back. Next up, we have this puzzle, Sweeper Sweeper by Dyer. And so if you're newer to the stream and you don't know, usually we sort of keep around this pile of 6x6 puzzles, and then we do 6x6 puzzles when we're sort of nearing the end of stream so that we don't go radically over. And there are open submissions for the 6x6s. So if you want to submit a 6x6 to be done at the end of stream, you can just hop on the zetamath Discord. It's not the zetamath exclusive Discord or anything. You can just throw them in, and they will indeed get done. Okay, so this is called Sweeper Sweeper. So some cells are sweeper cells, whose digit equals the number of sweeper cells in the up to 8 cells orthogonally or diagonally adjacent to it, not counting itself. The 2 circled cells are sweeper cells. The rest must be identified. So we have said that these are sweeper cells, so we'll make them purple. And this sees 3 sweeper cells, so these are all purple. This I'm going to immediately fill in can only be 1, 2, or 3, because it can only see at maximum of 3 things. Because remember, in this puzzle, things don't count themselves. This already sees at least 3, and this already sees at least 3, and this already sees at least 3. So these are a 4, 5, 6 triple, since they are themselves sweeper cells. This can't be a sweeper. Sorry, no. This can't be a 6. Because if this was a 6, it would make this also a 6. Because this is at most 6 as a sweeper cell, but if this is a 6, it means the whole box is purple. And the same is true of this. So neither of these is a 6, and this is the 6. And these are a 1, 2, of course. This number has to be bigger than this one, because this sees strictly more cells than that one. So I think this is a 5 and that's a 4. Wait, what? Oh, I'm counting itself again. No. I'm counting itself. That's the problem. Sorry. Neither of these... So the correct thing to do is to say neither of these can be 6 because they're not counting... they're not counting themselves. I'm just used to working with sweepers that count themselves. But these actually see a maximum of 5. So this is the one that's the 6. And so 6 cells in total out of all of these are sweepers, but some are not. So this is a 4 or a 5, and this is a 4 or a 5. So whichever of these is a 5 puts 2 sweepers here. Is it possible that both of these are sweepers? No. These can't both be sweepers, because one of them is a 1. And whichever of these is a 1 definitely does not see one thing. So therefore this can't be a 5, so it's a 4. And that's a 5. And now this being a 5 means that these are both sweepers. One of these 2 I know is a sweeper because of the 4. And so, therefore, this 6 is done, because it sees 5 plus one of those 2. So this is our first definitive not sweeper. Whichever of these is right, it's a 2, and it already sees 2. So these are never sweepers either. The given 6 is definitely not a sweeper. That's true. So this circle can't be a 3, because it can only see 1 or 2. This, if it was a sweeper, it would not see 2, it would see 3. So that's a 1 and that's a 2. And this is the sweeper, and this is the not sweeper. Thank you, chat. Okay, and so these are, let's just fill them in, 1, 5, 6, and these are 2, 3, 4. That one's not a 6. Let's see. Okay, so this cell already sees at least 3. And it's at most 5. So this cell can only be a 4. There just aren't any other options for it. This cell is at least 3. But it's not a 4 or a 6, so this can only be 3 or 5. This being a 4 means exactly one of these is a sweeper, and one of them is not a sweeper. Oh, right. Okay, chat has it, right. The 4 sees 1 here. So in fact, this 3 is at least 4, so it's definitely a 5. Good. And so one of these two is a sweeper and one is not by the 4, and so therefore the 5 needs another sweeper here. So these two digits are actually a 3-6 pair. Just by Sudoku, because they see 1, 2, 4, 5, and so these digits are a 1, 2. Don't make a checkerboard, right? But no Battenbergs. So is one of these plainly infeasible? I'm not sure. Oh, but one of these is right, and whichever of them is right, it must be the 2. So I can't put the 2 here, because neither of these could be right and be a 1. So this just can't be the 2. This is the 2 and it's right. This is the 1 and it's wrong. So now this column I can just fill in. That's a 6 and a 1. This 2 tells me that neither of these are sweepers. So now 6 is no longer possible because now this is a max of 5. So now this is in fact a 3 and that's a 6. None sweeping can be as right as sweeping, says Ambrose. I'm amazed how many sweeping things there's able to be. Oh, this is a 2 now. Excuse me. It's being suggested that we bring in Mark. This 2 tells me that both of these are sweepers. This Mark tells me that that's a 3 and a 2. This is not a 3. Therefore, neither of them are 1, points out MicroStudy, so this is the one that's the 1. This 1 is definitely not a sweeper because it already sees 2 things. This 4 or 5 is definitely not a sweeper because it's never going to see 4 or 5 things. This 4 or 5 is definitely not a sweeper because it's never going to see 4 or 5 things. This 3 is not a sweeper because it's never going to see 4, or it's never going to see 3 things. This 1's not a sweeper because it sees nothing. This 4 or 5 is definitely not a sweeper. Because of that. This 3 needs to see 2 more things, so it sees those 2. Let's see. Okay, this can't be very large, because it currently sees 3. Okay, it can't be 6, for sure. So that is the 6, just by 4 or 5 paritude. So that's not a 6. Okay, this 2 or 3 already sees... okay. So it's the combination of these two together. So this 2 or 3 says at most one of these is purple. Wait, I've broken it. Haven't I? No, it's that one. It's that one, right. Okay, no, I'm right. This 2 or 3... says at most one of these is purple. This 4 or 5, because it sees 3, says at least one of these is purple. And so, in fact, exactly one of these is purple to make those two happy, and that world means that's a 3 and that's a 4, which makes that a 5. It's been pointed out this 6 is never a sweeper. This can only be a 3, which means that has to be a sweeper. This 4 is correct, so I'm pointing that out just because I'm happy about it. By the fact that this 4 is done, this is not a sweeper. It's 1, 2, 5, 4, 5. this is supposed to be not a sweeper, so therefore I need one of these two to be in, because it's currently right. Let's see. This 5 needs this 1 to be a sweeper. This 1 is already seen at sweepitude, so these aren't sweepers. This 2 needs to see another one, so that's going to be a sweeper, and so this 1 needs to see another one, so that's going to be a sweeper. Uh-oh. That doesn't work. Rewind. What's wrong with that? The 2 is not a sweeper, right? And so the 2 currently is correct. The 2, therefore, can't see 2 cells. Oh, okay. J. Dyer says non-sweepers don't need to violate the rules. They just need to not be sweeper, or they just need to not be counted. So I don't have to count it just because it's right. Okay. David Ratner donates $10. More love for all community, streamers, setters, chat, exceptional puzzles. Valentine's Day in 2 days. Wow, that is really sneaking up. Thank you so much, David. Much appreciated. Let's get you a donation dance. Woohoo! 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 Waha! Thank you so much, David. Thank you for being here. Much appreciated. As always, having you around here. So I had read the rules to mean, and this is not a criticism because I'm pretty dyslexic, so I just read random words from the rules until I think it makes sense. I had interpreted that something was a sweeper if it was right and not a sweeper if it was wrong, but in fact, it's just only allowed to count as a sweeper if it's right. So we don't need this to see another one. And so therefore this 5 is definitely not a sweeper, and so this 1 cannot be a sweeper. I, on the one hand, feel like it would be more elegant if it counted as a sweeper whenever it was correct, but I realize that that would make these puzzles completely obnoxious to solve, because then you would get to the end and realize that your puzzle was unsolvable, which would be a problem, I suspect. Yes, this 2 would also be broken. Yeah, that's true. I did not notice that at the time. So yeah, it would make more sense, but also be horrible, is my general sense of if you made that the rule instead of this. That was very cool, Jay. I enjoyed that a lot. Alrighty. I am going to pull up another 6x6, so I will be back in a very short moment with another 6x6, so I will see you shortly. I'm going to see if I can find one with a Renban in it before Tristan gets to it. I'll be right back. There we go. We have found a Renban sandwich by Ambrose, which I don't think I've done before. I feel like I did an Ambrose sandwich puzzle, but I don't think it was this one. All right, so we need to turn off the row and column labels, wherever that is. There we go. Alrighty, so Renban are the cool things. Those contain a string of consecutive digits in any order. So, for example, they could contain 1, 2, 3, 4, but they can be 1, 2, 3, 4 in any way that they want. And then these outside clues are sandwich clues. So they give the sum of the digits. Yep, there's full roping. They give the sum of the digits between the 1 and the 6 in the row and column. So we can use our roping emoji again to say, where did these 2 digits go in box this one? And it's there. And so those 2 digits go there. And so now where did these 2 digits go in box this one? It's there. And then over there. And then we've got some blue to deck all of this out. And then we can do exactly the same thing over here with orange. Orange, purple, purple, and what's the color I haven't used yet? Red. Okay, so now we have a very colorful grid. Zero confidence that this Neapolitanizing helped anything, but we will go with it. So one thing that this 3 tells us, the only way I can get a 3 sandwich clue is a 1, 3, 6, which tells me that in this half of the puzzle, 1 and 6 are different colors. I can't even begin to imagine how that's helpful, but sure, probably. So might be helpful someday. I do want to note that this Renban definitely has a 3 and a 4 on it, and so blue does not have 3 or 4 in it. So blue is only from 1, 2, 5, 6. And the same is true of red over here. Red is only from 1, 2, 5, 6. Simon's popping up and swinging a lasso. That would be good. I would approve. So my 7 sum must be either 2, 5 or 3, 4. Let's see. Okay, my 4 sum also. So my 4 sum also has to just be a 4. So somewhere in this row is a 1, 4, 6. Right. Blue can't be 1, 6. Is several people in chat's point. Because if blue is 1, 6, then we're saying 0 is equal to 3, and that's only true mod 3. So none of that. So this Renban has a 1 or a 6 on it. Yes, and blue being 2, 5 would break the Renban, because every length 4 Renban has a 2 or a 5 on it. So there's exactly 1, 1, 6 in blue. And so this Renban is either 1, 2, 3, 4, or 3, 4, 5, 6. It's being claimed that row 4, column 2 is 1 or 6. No, row 2, column 4 is 1 or 6. So we get 3 in row 2, column 1, or row 5, column 1. I'm trying to decide why this can't be a 3. Where is the 4 in row 2? Well, certainly not there. So one of these two. Okay, got it. Okay, so the 4 in row 2 can only go in one of these two cells because it's sandwiched. And so the fact that the 4 is in one of these two tells me that this definitively is a 1-6. Now, sadly, I don't think I know that red isn't a 1-6 pair. I don't think. Because I don't think I know, because I don't have the 3 over here. So yeah, so one of these two is a 4. That was the point there. This is not 1-6, says J40. I don't think I understand that claim. Because of the Renban. Right, because so the point is, remember, we said that this needs to be extreme. So this is either 1-2 or 5-6. And whichever of the 1 and 6 here, that will not work with this Renban. So this is not 1-6. And so this is 1-6. And so this is a 4, and we actually get a digit. Good. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, these are a 1-6 and a 2-5. So yeah, certainly one of these is 4 and one of these is 4. People think this is a 3. I don't see it yet. I might as well fill in what these digits are. That's probably a smart thing to do. So they're not 1, they're 2, 3, 4, 5. These are from 2, 3, 5. I don't think that helped. So if this is a 2, it's a 2, 3, 4. If this is a 5, then it could go 5, 4. Oh, right. It can't go 5, 4, 6, because if this is a 5, the blue is in 6. Or sorry, the blue 6 is blue. So this is always a 3, regardless of which flavor of thing you make that. Interesting. So yeah, so one of these is a 3. The 3 is not there. Right, because this is a 3 sandwich. So the 3 is not here. So the 3, therefore, is here, which fills in our 1-6 and our 1-6 and our 2-5 down this column. These aren't 3. So these are from 2, 4, 5. And this is the other 2-5. So this is of course, the yellow 1-6. And so if this is the yellow 1-6, my sandwich can't read that way, so my sandwich has to read this way. And so either this is a 5, or this is a 2-3 pair. Sadly, I don't think I know which one yet. But I know... oh, I guess I already knew this wasn't 1-6. Yeah, these are from 2, 4, 5 as well. But this cell could never be a 2, because if this is a 2, that's a 5, and I've broken both ways to make 5. So that's not a 2. Yeah. got all of that. Trying to think if I put a 3 here, if I know that it breaks all the ways to make 7 in this row, but I don't think that it does. I do need a 3 in row 4, right? So if I try and make this 1, 6, 5, 1, 6, I've not put a 3 in the row. Good spot to Willie there. So one of these is the 3. This is the 1, 6. I don't yet know whether red is whatever. So these are a 2, 3. Those are 1, 6. So that is a 5 and a 4 and a 2, making this a 1 and a 5 and a 6 and a 2, 6 and a 1, making that a 6, making that a 1 and a 6. 1, 2, 5. So these are 1, 3. These are not 2 or 6. These are 2, 3, 4. These are... Actually, let's just mark for the rest of this. So 1, 4, 5. Yeah, so these are 1, 6, I know. So this is a 1 or a 6, and it's on a length 3 Renban with a 2, 3. So it can't be a 6, because 6 and 3 are too far apart. So therefore this is a 1, and that's a 1, and that's a 6. And therefore this is a 2, 3 as well. So therefore this isn't a 2, 3, it's a 4, 5. That's not a 1. These aren't 1. So yeah, so these have not 1, 6 on them. So that is a 5 and a 6 and a 3 and a 1. That's not a 5. That's not a 3. Let's see. So these are the same 2, 3. These are the same 4, 5. Oh, the 7 sandwich. Right. I was like, there's no more clues left, but there is a clue left. There is the 7. So that makes this a 2. And then that hopefully will unravel everything, because I don't think there's any secret additional clues that I could use. There we go. Very nice. That was surprisingly intricate, as is so often the case with 6x6s that people submit. But thank you very much for that puzzle, Ambrose, and thank you everyone for hanging out today. I appreciate all of you. Thank you for all of you who support the channel, however you do that, whether it be by showing and by clicking the like button, which, speaking of, please click the like button. I've tried to set negative constraint on Renbans before. If you'd like to support the channel financially and get things like the Zach emotes and the green name in chat and access to the zetamath exclusive Discord, then you can do that by clicking the join button down below. For as little as $5 a month, you can support the stream. We stream a little over 50 hours a month, somewhere in that vicinity. So if that gets your $5, we very much appreciate it. Thank you very much. I will be streaming again on Friday. Tristan will be streaming, I think, Wednesday, so you can look forward to that. I'm thinking next stream we might actually be able to finish these Fog of War puzzles, so that will be exciting. Have a wonderful day, everyone. Special thank you to the turbines, the people who support at the top level. So those are David, Michael, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, Andreas, DDX, Logan, Daniel, and Willie. Thank you so much. No new challenge yet, Alima. I've been buried under challenges for so long. We're going to wait a little bit on the new challenge. Even if I have ideas for what the new challenge is, I'm not going to do that yet. But you can look forward to, I'm probably going to have posted my next LMD puzzle on stream by later today. So if you're interested in seeing that, you can have a look out for that. Thanks for watching, everyone, and bye for now.